And welcome to Fantastic Dimensions. This is session, well, I don't know what session it is. It's part 4, anyway, of the Burnt Man investigation for our Hudson Brand campaign called Cthulhu by Gaslight. So, yeah, we left off after a rather interesting evening out at the Bargrove Hall, the estate of Lady Amanda Allingham. And you had the ceremony earlier in the evening, or not the ceremony. What do you call it? The
Seance.
That's the word I'm looking for. You had the seance earlier on the evening of the 19th, which was interesting, but pretty much you guys were all pretty well convinced it was a fraud on behalf of Madame Zora, also known as Miriam Smith. And then that evening, as you were all tucked away in bed, that night, I should say, not even evening, somebody attempted to, it seemingly, break into Mrs. Morrow's bedroom. She slept right through it, but Oscar Bennett did not. He was awake and alert and heard the sounds and went out to investigate. Didn't catch whoever the perpetrator was. They ran away too quickly. Didn't get eyes on them or anything. But you found some other clues. Found the window was open in the young girl's, what is her first name? Anybody remember the young girl's name?
The daughter?
Ursula.
Ursula. Yeah.
Ursula's bedroom. Yep. One of the windows had been opened in Ursula's bedroom, and you found little footprints kind of in the flour that you'd laid down under all the windows and on the windowsills. Looked like childlike barefoot footprints.
But it was snowing outside, right?
It was snowing outside as well, yes.
Yep.
Indeed, yes, barefoot in the snow. You guys investigated the rest of the house, kind of searched around, and aside from the horrible mess that was found in the kitchen, milk and flour and stuff all over the place, you didn't find anything else of interest in the house that evening. The next morning, you were up bright and early. Oh, I do remember we had to look up the time that the sun rises. What time that was, I don't recall. I think
it was like 8 o'clock. I remember it was
in the morning.
It was 8 o'clock or something because I wanted to leave earlier, but you said the sun hadn't rose yet, so I was postponed and said, "Okay, let's eat breakfast first," because the 2 guys I hired showed up like at 6 or something like that.
Yep, it would have been about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, they showed up at 5.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
No, it was 5.
Yeah, it was 5 when they showed up, right? But that's okay. So now it's a little after 8, and you guys have set off in your different directions. I guess, let's see, who will we go to first? So pull up my map. In fact, I can also pull up the map on here, if I can remember which one it is. That's Bargrove Hall. Here's the overall map. Do you guys still have these maps handy? Do you need me to send them in the chat again? I had sent them all to you previously, but
it might be a good idea because
Let me look on the chat again.
Can you throw it up on the main screen?
Yeah, it should be on the main screen right now.
Okay. Yeah, I see it on the main screen.
But it's probably hard to see with this whole StreamYard thing. It's not as big as. Yeah, I'll drop them back in the chat again. That's no problem. Let's see here. Here's the chat. Here is my folder. So here's the Bargrove Hall map. Sent. Here is the village map. Sent. And one more quick thing. Let's just double check here. Yeah. The Moors map. That's this one here. Yep. Cool. Just wanted to check real quick, make sure I wasn't giving away any spoilers or anything. That would be unfortunate. Ooh. Those should all be coming through now if they haven't already.
I got them.
Cool. And we'll remember that the scale is off for some reason on the Moors map, the Bargrove and surroundings map anyway. I don't know why, but we know that the Hobbs Field was a couple of miles away from Bargrove Town. So definitely that map, that scale in the bottom left corner is incorrect for what it's worth. But okay. Get that out of the way. Oh, cool. So now that all that has been said, the first probably okay. Well, which of the tours did you want to investigate first? You've got Shining Tour, High Tour, and Eagle Tour. Joe, so Wilhelm.
My thoughts.
Shining is the closest, right?
True, it is.
Okay. My thoughts was to go to do a circular tour thing, a High Tour, Eagle Tour, Shining, but we can go in reverse order. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
We can go short Shining Tour.
Okay. No problem. You would definitely be able to reach that probably before the carriage gets the others out to the gypsy camp. So Shining Tour it is. Let me pull up my book.
And just to let you know, I was making sure we're all prepared and dressed for the weather, and
Yes.
make sure we had provisions if we had to stay overnight.
Sure. Yeah, the servants would have made sure too if you didn't have enough warm cloaks and clothing, so if they would have made sure to piled some up for you, pulled some out for you, in case you required anything extra for the cold weather, because it is still snowing. It's pretty cool out. It's pretty cold out, and it's very windy, of course, on the moors. So.
And also, I advise everyone, wasn't it like the last time we heard someone had escaped from like the local prison or something?
Yeah, from Dartmoor Prison, but I believe they were recaptured.
They
right?
were, yes.
Oh,
Yeah, they came by to tell us they caught him already.
oh yeah. Yeah, forgot about that.
Indeed.
Okay.
What was his name too? Let me remind myself. The police officer's name.
Sir,
That would be no.
Constable.
Odo.
You guys are not helping.
I thought I wrote it down, but I was wrong.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I would have thought I'd written it down too. I might have somewhere. My notes are
Inspector
still...
Burroughs.
Really?
No, I'm just made that up.
You're not helping either. Here we go. I can find it here.
I got it.
Constable Halifax.
His name was Dartmoor.
Constable Halifax.
Last Tango in, yes.
Okay, so as you move on out to the Shining Tour, yeah, there's very few trees out here on the moors at all. They're practically non-existent. I lost my spot already. Here we go. The tour itself, let's see here for distance-wise. Yeah, it's still a good like 2-3 miles or so from Bargrove Hall, probably close to 3 miles. And yeah, it's barren. Quite as you kind of approach it, you get a little bit of a relief from the wind as you get closer to it, but you realize, it's probably pretty windy up top. Would you like to ride up and have a glance around?
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Kind of what
Sure.
we're here for.
Yep. So it's quite rocky and treacherous with the snow. Would you give me a ride check there, please, Wilhelm?
Sure, no problem. Because
The other two guys, you'd got horses for them too from the stable, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, of course.
Okay. I'm just gonna have you roll first. If you can succeed, then you can guide the rest of them because they're not really riders per se either. I don't.
24 out of 52.
Yay.
Well, you're able to lead the group safely up to the top of the tor, the crag, as it were, this hill. It's quite rocky and barren and horribly cold, just from the wind blowing up here.
Okay. Okay. Just
The
taking.
soil is thin and mostly I wouldn't say completely frozen, but that the top layer is definitely very heavily frosted. You figure another several hours of this, it may well get the kind of real, what do you call that first, like almost permafrost on the ground? Not permafrost, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about, when the soil
Right.
really freezes for the first time. And
what I'm looking for is any trails leading up to here, like being used or anything like that, including small footprints. Like, has someone traveled up here recently?
give me a track roll.
A track roll?
Yeah, you're looking to find footprints and stuff. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, there's snow. So if there has been any foot traffic since the snow started, I would hope
it would be this morning or
bonus.
late last night. Yeah.
Believe it or not, close. I rolled a 13, but I'm a 10.
Okay. Do you want to spend 3 points of luck?
Yeah, I know. I have 4 luck left.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, Joe.
I sense something. It's your demise. It's coming soon. Yeah, no, you don't see any evidence of any tracks. The only tracks you see are your own from where you led the horses up here.
I'm asking the two hired. I'm asking Alice and the 2 hired guys. Did they see anything?
Well, this is not my forte.
Well, obviously it's not me either.
I got a 99.
Oh man, I should almost throw you off track for that. 99 is a critical failure.
Yep.
Yes, you do see something. You see tracks right there. They look like strangely shaped tracks. You can't quite make out. Some kind of monster.
Let me see.
They don't look human.
Well, can I roll Natural World to see if I'm looking at bunny tracks?
Well, no, because you rolled a 99.
Okay, that's fine.
On your track.
Brutal.
We'll help you look to see these tracks that she's identified.
Yeah.
And they are indeed the tracks from your horses.
I say that in the kindest way possible.
Please do.
I do think these are horse tracks.
Are you sure? Didn't we come up from the other side?
Well, that's reverse horse tracks, I meant. I'm pretty sure these are horse tracks, man.
Oh!
Yes.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course, that makes sense now. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
I don't see anything else up here on this blasted hillside.
Okay, let's. We've got 2 other hillsides to go. Let's go ahead and do a thorough check. And
I think my balls have frozen to my left thigh.
Well,
thank you so much for that.
That's special. So let's do a quick spot hidden and see if we find anything unusual up here.
Yeah, okay. Go for it.
Everybody?
I actually.
Anybody who wants to actively search around, yep.
I'm
you
better
look
at
at a dismount and
yeah.
Well,
I'm better at that.
The other 2 laborers are quite happy to be dismounting. Like, oh, that saddle is awfully uncomfortable. And you see the one guy who had made the rude comment earlier kind of adjusting himself quite unashamedly.
Right. I made a regular success on spot hidden.
Okay. Yeah, you don't find anything of any interest up here. No signs of any other movement or any other tracks.
how is the view from here? Can we see down to like where the standing stones would be and the house and the other tors?
Yeah, have you been out to Hubsfield before? I know somebody
I have
has.
not.
I have.
You have? Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd be able to identify it. Then once you look around, you'd be like, yes, that's the field over there. It's the only field that appears on the maps, but I'm sure there's other fields around.
Okay.
You'd be able to identify it, and you'd be able to see the village of Bargrove, and you'd be able to see Bargrove Hall, which is on a hill of its own,
Mm-hmm.
off to the northeast from where you're currently standing, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much just east, actually, looking at the way that compass rose is not exactly straight. Yeah. You'll see the dark mirror off beyond that. Now that's a good long ways away from where you are at the moment. That's probably 5, 6, no, even more than that, like at least 6 miles or more from where you currently are. And off in the distance, would you be able to see that far? 10, 15 miles away? Probably not with the snow
No.
and all that. You wouldn't be able to see Princeton.
Is it still snowing now?
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
It's still snowing steadily. Light snow, but it's constant and,
Okay.
Okay, so let's round up and get to the next.
I'd say the dark mirror is probably about the length of your total view from up here, the farthest you can see.
Okay, let's round it. Let's head on to Eagle Tour.
Okay, going around counterclockwise. Good. That's going to take you quite a while across the moors. Joe, why don't you go ahead and give me 3 more ride checks?
3.
Yeah, you're riding cross country here across the moors and inclement weather.
Well, the first one I made it.
Okay.
Yay.
Second one?
Second one is 0-1. I blow you not.
You don't have to make any more. That's a critical success. You don't have to make any more. That's enough. You're feeling good and confident in the saddle. Your cavalry days, although you may not have been on a horse in a while, not very much recently anyway, you've still got it.
But obviously I wasn't the scout of the troop. My tracking sucks.
No, I know your tracking sucks, but I'm just saying, you're comfortable in the saddle, and you're able to guide the others so that nobody gets into any trouble, because it could very easily happen out here on the moors. Somebody steps into the wrong area of snowy ground and it turns out to be a very gently frozen top of a bit of quicksand or something. You know what I mean? Who knows? There's all kinds of terrible things that can happen there.
But this is not a very tree area, right? It's kind of like...
No, there are very, very few trees. Very few trees at all.
Okay.
In fact, I believe I had put up an image previously of... No, I'll put one up here now anyway, just to kind of give a look at what it looks like. Here's Dartmoor in winter.
Right. Okay, great. That's not bad. I like that. That's good.
Except, of course, imagine more snow.
Right, but
pretty much
also
wild.
Things can't sneak up on you as easy here.
True. Yeah, it does not seem to be so. Okay, so you start heading out towards Eagle Tour, and I will cut over to the others. So well, of course, I am controlling Gerard in the meantime, due to in Rob's absence. But Ruben and Oscar, you were headed out to the Gypsy camp, and of course, Gerard has brought his violin, his fiddle, of course. He plans to entertain, play more again if need be. What is your plan of approach, and what do you want to do as you get to? Remember, now you have to take the road, take the carriage out on the road, and then pretty much walk south then along the road for about it's gonna be almost a 2-mile walk across the moor anyway. Still, from where you can have to leave the carriage and the driver. But how do you wish to approach? What's your plan? John? Merrick?
I'm just along for the ride at this point. Oh, he had to step away.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Something happened, I guess. All right.
Damn you, John Lamb. All right. Well, then I will fast forward a few hours
Eagle Tour.
When the others arrive at Eagle Tour, around midday. So you had no problems with the riding at all, thanks to your excellent skill rolls there, Joe. But I would like you to give me just a gentle Constitution roll, if you would please, each of you.
Okay.
Both of the laborers did really, really well. They're not bothered too much by the cold. They're properly geared up and no evidence
I
of any kind
just
of
missed a
frostbite.
hard success.
All right, yeah, you're fine too. Then you're pretty resilient. You're not letting it bother you. You're properly bundled up. No evidence of any kind of frostbite or anything like that. You might have a slightly sniffly nose. Is about it.
With her constitution, I'll go ahead and say yeah.
Fair enough. How did you do, Joe? How did Joe step away too when I said I was?
No!
Nope. Sorry, didn't step away. Muted myself.
Okay.
No, I made it. No problem. I made it with a hard success. I mean, not a hard success, a normal success out of
Okay.
65.
Same as Allison too. Maybe just a little bit of a runny nose is about all you're getting. And you've already been out in this now for a good 4 hours or more. As you get to Eagle Tor, so Eagle Tor stands out a little bit from the previous Shining Tor, because it's unusually the lower flanks of it actually have trees, are covered in trees. Stunted trees, but trees nonetheless. Gnarled branches, bare of leaves. You can see mossy boulders and stuff amongst them. You kind of carefully progress up the tor, making your way up towards the top. The whole thing is generally a very eerie atmosphere, just because this is like the only woods you've seen out here in Dartmoor, pretty much, as along the lower flanks of this hill, this crag, as it were. But
Okay.
as you're kind of making your way up, let's see. Yeah, you'll eventually kind of reach it. The tree line will break before you get to the top of the hill, and reaching the top of the hill itself is open, flat, rocky. Get down, cat. Maybe about say 75 yards from side to side across the top here. More of that's thin soil. However, the thin soil here, give me a spot hidden roll, I guess, because you're going to do that anyway, since you're up here on top of the hill.
Both of us?
Yep.
Oh,
You
four of
guys-
us. 4 of us, I hope. Well, that won't be me.
Yep, not the laborers either.
What's a spot hidden? Nope.
That's it. That's it. I'm going to be a eunuch before the end of this day. I don't think there's any bringing them back from this.
What's that?
Oh, God.
My balls, sir, they've frozen to my leg. And I'm afraid if I dismount this horse, they may be torn sheer off my body.
That would be bad.
Most unfortunate.
Well, we'll see what we can do not to have that happen.
Yes.
And I get out and I get off the horse and just start doing a thorough search and look around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's eerily quiet, extremely bare. I mean, you can see the trees as well that stick up still. As you kind of walk towards the edges of the top, you can see the trees there below. And on the opposite side, the far side of the hill, not the side you came up, you can, looking down, you'll see that there are no trees, but it's a steep, very unstable looking cliff. Probably impossible to climb without ropes.
Okay, pulling out my spyglass, just looking around, see if I can notice anything, because I get an eerie feeling about this place.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So looking around with your spyglass.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else to find here? Let's see. Well, I mean, let's see. Again, looking at the map, you can see Princetown to the east. You can even see the Dartmoor prison on the hill, kind of up above the town.
Can I see the other tour, the other hill from here?
High Tor. Yeah, vaguely. You can't really make out much detail, but you can kind of see it off there to the north.
Okay.
You can see the Darkmere to the kind of northwest. You may even be able to see evidence of the gypsy camp. You can see smoke from their fires.
Gotcha.
I don't think you'd be able to see their colorful caravans from here. Their wagons and such, but
Yeah, I doubt it.
too far for that. But
I look at Alice and say, any ideas while we're here?
It's a lovely view, but
Bargrove Hall, you can almost make out occasionally through the snowy kind of mist, and then it's gone.
what? Howson, what exactly is it that we are looking for?
Well, I was actually hoping for some evidence of the wee people, the little people. You know, remember back in Wales?
Yes.
I never really pronounced that. We had that encounter with those demons from the dark, and
Creatures, yes.
and we also found small footprints, childlike footprints last night. So pitting 2 and 3 together, I thought maybe we would find evidence of the same contamination of those little demons around here. And these are the 3 biggest hills. And I always remember stories telling me of the forest people, living in hills and under hills or trolls and so forth. I thought maybe there would be something up here, but so far I don't see anything.
I don't see anything, but on the other hand, it has been snowing. So unless someone was a really, really crackerjack tracker, it would be hard to see any evidence. But lovely weather.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think we should, if we can't find, do one more search, then head on to the last one and back to the manor.
Yes.
Sure. Up to High Tor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I've found, I was looking before, I think, in a previous session, I couldn't find any information about the naming of the, obviously the Eagle Tor was named after we had mentioned you found in the book that it was named after a Roman legion.
Mm-hmm.
High Tor is named because, well, it's high. Yes. And Shining Tor, there's another name for the fairy folk of legends in the area
shining
too.
Ones.
The Shining People, is it, or the Shining something? Yeah.
The Shining Host, the Shining Ones.
Yes. So that's where that name comes from. I was trying to figure out before, like, why is it called Shining Tor? And I eventually found it. So, but yeah, okay, you can make your way over towards High Tor, and if John is back now, I'll cut over to them since their events would happen a couple hours before this. But
back.
Good. I had switched over to you a while ago, and you weren't there. I was like, oh, okay. So, how did you want to approach?
I actually came back like 15 seconds after you moved on to the next group, so I just stayed quiet.
You have to trek a couple of miles across the moors still from the road before reaching the gypsy camp.
Very good.
So how do you want to approach? You want Gerard to start playing the fiddle as you walk up, or what?
That's not a terrible idea.
Kind of announce your presence so you're not like sneaking up on them or something?
Oh, no way. No. It would be the most easily observed and unsuspicious, jovial sort of approach. No attempt at all to get up their hackles or suspicions.
Okay, cool. So
waving to them at first sight.
Okay, yeah, well, you'll see, a few of them coming out towards you to meet you, just to identify it first. Even they hear Gerard playing his his lively tune, but at the same time they still want to get eyes on you, so they come
I
out.
would have discussed. I was gonna say I would have discussed with them en route what to do. That Ruben was going to approach them from a humanity's sake. Try to fall on their crafty wisdom and knowledge of the area. Maybe they could tell us something about these unnatural small people, and they're not going to drop the curse, so that maybe they could come to some other arrangement, like if they saved the girl, that she could have the potential to have a male heir that could apologize for their misdeed, something along those lines. But I didn't know what they wanted to do in the route.
I shall follow your lead.
Looks like we're following your lead.
Well, very, very well. Then I would say fall back on your strengths and entertain them with your sleight of hand and magics.
So three of them anyway will come out and meet you. They're scowling at first, but once they see you, they relax a little bit. They don't exactly smile, but they're no longer scowling. They've got clubs in their hands, and those wicked-looking knives on their hips. Even in their with their winter cloaks thrown over their shoulders, they still have like colorful clothing, sashes, beads, glittering jewelry, all of that stuff. And they come out and say, "Oh," the one who speaks up says, "You've returned."
Yes, we know a good thing when we find it, and we've brought some samplings of our meager fare to try to stem the hunger.
And they take a look to inspect the goods you brought, like bread and fresh bread,
biscuits and all that kind of stuff, right?
All that, yep. Mm-hmm. Maybe some tea and things of that sort. Not brewed, obviously, but I mean like tea.
Yeah, things that they can actually see some value in that we could get in there. Mm-hmm. Maybe something.
They warm up to you.
Something
please
fancy like jam or something like that.
Please come join us. It's a little early for the midday meal, but we can start. We can start preparing for it anyway. Look forward to trying some of this tea you brought.
Very well. Yes, he won't press the issue. He's just going to let his presence be there. That it'll get to the old gypsy woman, and maybe she'll come on her own or send somebody, rather than be all forthcoming with it. So he will sit and have tea.
They'll take it back, and they'll start. Gerard will keep playing music, and they'll dance and sing, and just have a jovial time. Play some kind of I'm sure there's some kind of games that they play. Something
maybe
like
Oscar can entertain them with his magics.
Magic.
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, like do a little sleight of hand, some little illusionary tricks and stuff. Yeah, they'd be really into that too.
Mm-hmm. I can do a lot of that.
And as the tea is brewing, and they're passing the biscuits around, then Maria would kind of hobble out, her ancient form with her walking stick. Do I have an image for Maria? I think I did. Did I not? Oh no, I guess I didn't. I might have made one at one point, but I can't remember. Anyway, she'll come out and walk up to you, Ruben, because she'll remember you from before.
Ruben will get up and leave her his seat and lay down a blanket if he's got one for her to sit.
Oh, no. If I sit on this ground, I'll have a hard time getting back up again.
Could we get you a chair? A chair, someone. Snap, snap.
They look at you kind of like, what? She says, no, that won't be necessary. I won't be staying long. I just merely came out to say hello and to see if I could be of any further service to you. I was told that you had brought more gifts.
Yes, more sharing, more not so much gifts per se, but yes, Vovod, we fall upon you as if we have the black spot, and he rubs his hand, that old gypsy thing where you get the black spot if you've been cursed, and we came to investigate one thing, and then we ended up dealing with a family that had their own curse from their own misdeeds, and just on our own, we've become attached to the young Ursula, and she is suffering tremendously by not by the curse that's on their family, which was their own misdeed, but apparently there is some sort of, I don't know, wildlings or something that come into their house and torture them like barefoot children running through the snow. And we were at a loss, and we were hoping to fall back on your wisdom and knowledge to at least alleviate this.
Have you seen these children, these people?
Only in shadows and passing, perhaps a little bit of laughing, and then the deeds left behind, the footprints in the flour and all of the supplies broken into and such like that. But they ran out into the snow, so surely they couldn't be children. They have to be some sort of wildling.
Really?
One was
some sort of little folk are terrorizing the young girl and her family now.
It's kind of
Perhaps it is part of the curse.
True, but I'm not knowledgeable in these things, but
There are many legends in the area about such folk having existed once upon a time. I've never seen one, but it would not surprise me. There is much in this world that is unseen.
so is there anything that you may have heard that we could use to perhaps draw them away from the family, maybe offer them some sort of gift, some sort of something to appease them from what appears to be another slight that this family has brought upon themselves to save the little girl, mind you?
I would not presume to know the whims of the wee people. No, I think if there's something they want, then you'll just have to wait until they take it.
Again, your wisdom shines like a light through the darkness.
From my understanding of such beings, they have minds of their own. Very difficult for us humans to try to understand and to quantify. Their lives are not like ours, and as such, their wants and desires are also unique.
Indeed.
I've heard stories of people appeasing them by setting out bowls of milk and such, or even in some places they use, instead of a bowl, they put the milk into a wooden shoe. Perhaps you could try that. It may be
Indeed.
enough, or it may not. You said you were going to try to commune with the spirits, I believe, of the late.
It was a sham. We figured it would be, but it brought some appeasement to the lady of the house who's been suffering greatly. She thought that she was speaking to her dead husband, but it was little more than candlelight and flash in the pan.
The poor dear, that her and that poor child of hers should suffer because of the wrongdoings of their forebears.
Indeed.
Very sad.
And
give me a psychology roll.
Psychology. Stand by.
My favorite skill to have you guys roll.
Well, there's good hope because I rolled a 21. So let me see what I've got. I'm not sure what
I got a big fail on that.
Psychology. Oh, Reuben has a 25. Thank God. All right, so I have a basic.
She's not sorry at all. She doesn't care about them.
Of course not. Of course not. And I wouldn't suspect her too.
In fact, you suspect that she might take a little bit of glee in the fact that their family is suffering.
Of course. No, I knew that she would. I was hoping to get something else out of it.
Gotcha.
As I am ignorant to these matters of curses and such, I can appreciate the grievous wound that they did to your family, but surely the child, not the wife, she took it upon herself to marry into that family, but the child had no say so. You can't choose your parents. Is there anything that the child could do besides waiting that if she survives and if she comes with a male heir and if the male heir were to apologize, is there something else that she could do perhaps to appease at least her portion of it and let the curse carry on with the mother?
Well, from my understanding of the curse, her suffering is only a side effect. The curse only affects the males of the family line.
There are no more males.
Currently, that is true. She should be fine until she has sons.
When we
And
mentioned,
then I suspect a whole new level of suffering will begin for her.
indeed,
Yeah, at this point, Oscar is just kind of frowning.
yes, that all makes sense in an oberous sort of way. But when we mention these wildlings, these children of the woods, they appear to be after her. And
Well,
if they claim her, the old barren woman can't have any more children, and then she'll be gone, and then the curse will be no more. So
I
if
was not under the impression that Lady Amanda had aged so rapidly.
I suspect it's internal aging is what I mean to say. Her grief is such that she'll never take another man. So this is the end of her line.
Well, if her daughter should die without bearing any children, then that would be the end of the family. And the end of the family would be indeed the end of the curse.
But surely you don't want the curse to end, do you? And he gives a little wink.
Oh, I'm just an old woman. I have my family to take care of. That curse has nothing to do with me. It was put into place hundreds of years before I was born.
And it might would it not be a feather in your cap, a coin in your pocket for it to carry on for hundreds of years more?
Oh, you take me for some kind of a vindictive old woman, do you?
No, not at all. I take it that they deserve to be punished for a long period of time, and that the opportunity to.
Then why are you here trying to negotiate on their behalf?
I'm not. I'm strictly looking out for a little girl being tortured, not because of the misdeeds of her family, but by these little wildlings.
It is cold, and I am old. I must go inside and rest.
Of course.
But before I leave, I will tell you, if I were you, what I would do. Go back to Bargrove Hall and talk to that young girl. Tell her the evil that has been done by her forebears and why her family continues to suffer as a result. Explain it all to her in gruesome detail. The death of her father and her grandfather before him, and so on and so on. Explain to her that it will continue for all time until either she dies or she gives birth to a male heir who may apologize for the wrongs of the family.
And are
Give
your
her
hands so clean?
It gives her a fighting chance at the least.
Your wisdom is well accepted. Thank you.
I say. And are your hands so clean that you can claim to have never done an evil deed? Would you see that wrought back upon your family for century after century? See the eyes of these children around you grow dim in terror and pain?
Oh, I have never claimed to have clean hands, Mr. Whoever you are. And you see the other gypsies are now starting to gather around.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, but at the same time, I've also never whipped a child to death for stealing a horse. But I'm old and tired. I will rest now.
May I walk you back to your wagon?
No, that won't be necessary. Boys, will you show them out? Make sure that they get back to their carriage safely.
Thank you for your time and your wisdom.
And she will go and climb into her caravan. And at which point, about 6 surly looking, now kind of annoyed looking gypsies gather around and say, "Okay, boys, I guess it's time to go. So much for lunch."
I stand and walk away. Screw this place.
And they talk and laugh still a little bit with Gerard, and
Yeah, that's enough. Okay, I was going to fall back on my occult to see if I had any gypsy sign language to appease them, but if they're laughing with him, it's enough.
No, they still like Gerard. They just don't. They're not very fond of Oscar.
I'm
Yeah.
not proud of them.
And they don't know what to think about you. They didn't really talk to you very much, Ruben. So
Well, then I will ingratiate myself with
they
the
just know that
violinist.
Oscar started saying something in a tone that upset the matron. So
Right.
that's enough for them.
Very well. A lively
Do
tune
that on camera.
on the way out, please, my friend.
Yes, of course, Gerard says, and he'll start to play something as you kind of continue walking out. And the gypsies will walk with him too to try to make sure that as he plays, he doesn't like step into a treacherous hole in the ground or anything of that sort. Okay. So by the time, where would you guys go from there once you get back to the carriage?
I'm assuming we head back unless the gentlemen have another plan.
Nope. I just want to get back to the hall because it's cold, and I'm
It is cold. You give me Constitution rolls, actually, both of you.
Stand by. Constitution roll. Survey says 42. And his Constitution is, survey says, a 65. So he's a regular.
I got a
Get
regular
rid
as well.
No problem. Not even get like awfully sick or anything like that. So
Ruben
just
is
a little
tough.
sniffly noses, all of that. And then by the time you get back to Bargrove Hall, will be about the same time as the others are investigating Eagle Tour, which I've already done. And they'll be heading over to High Tour. What before I go to High Tour with the two of them, is there anything you guys want to do while you're at the house with your time there? By the time you get back there, it's afternoon. There's only a few hours of daylight left.
Well, I will discuss with them, said gentlemen. I think that telling the little girl, following the gypsy's advice and telling the little girl of their curse is nothing more than amusement on her part to know that the little girl's cursed, and I would keep it from her.
Even if such a curse were real, to tell a little girl something like that is just the feeble, evil ramblings of a tired old woman.
Yes, I agree. If there was if I could somehow think it might appease some of their pain, but it won't. This is just torturous. So no, yeah, we keep it to ourselves. Agreed.
Okay. High Tour. Once you get there, Wilhelm and Alice, plus the other two laborers. Very similar to Shining Tour, except it's much higher up. It will require another riding roll from you. For
Can't
this
hear
one.
you.
Can't hear me?
Can't hear you.
I hear you just fine.
I can hear you. I
hear you fine as well.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Weird. Very similar anyway to Shining Tour. Doesn't have the trees like there were on the one side of Eagle Tour, and in fact, kind of like on 3/4 of Eagle Tour, just the one side where the cliff was. There were no trees, but this one doesn't have the trees again. It is taller than the other two for sure, and still quite treacherous anyway to walk the horses up. If you want to ride them up, you can make another riding check, or you could just have everybody dismount and take your time going up there, walking them up or something.
Well, I don't know that one laborer has said that his balls will surely be ripped off. So.
Well, I suggest we walk it because.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I care about his balls, but really, I think it's less rolls you have to make, the better.
He groans, and after getting off the horse, oh, He's like, "Oh, just leave me down here." He says, "You go on without me. I'll wait here for you to come back. I need to rest." And he's obviously in a lot of discomfort, and
Okay.
he's trying to adjust himself in a way to make it hurt less, but it's only making it worse.
He should probably have that looked at.
That's fine. If you see anything down here, you have a weapon, right?
A weapon?
He's
I've
got
a
his
knife.
big guns, right? His mighty arms.
Yeah. I've got a boot knife, I think.
I hand him my revolver. If you see anything that we need to know about while you're down here, do a couple shots in the air. You can do that, can't you?
He's looking at it. He
Just
looks
point
down the
in-
barrel.
Yeah.
Looks down the barrel, like, huh?
Yeah. Nah.
Is it loaded?
Yeah. It's loaded. Just
Oh.
put it in the air and pull the trigger. Air up. Yes.
He points it in the air. And
Yeah.
is it? It's not an automatic, right? So.
Yeah. Not yet. Just,
So he pulls the trigger, nothing happens.
okay. Don't point yet. Don't shoot yet.
Oh, he's already pulled the trigger 3 times.
Okay.
But he realizes the hammer thing moves. He's like, "Oh, what happens if we pull this back?"
No. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Just scream a lot.
If you say so.
Jeez. Okay. Are we ready to go?
Sure.
I believe so.
Good work. Good help is hard to find.
The other guy, as you guys are making your way up, you don't have to roll dice for this then, since you're going up on foot. But the other dude will say, "Don't mind him. He's a little old and he's just never actually been around guns much, I guess. So
Yeah.
he'll be fine anyway. He's just not coping with the cold too well."
So when you guys were hired, I understand you guys were hired by the colonel. I mean, by the lord to move that stone. Did you notice anything strange?
What do you mean?
I mean, were there children or gypsies or anything around you?
No. Notice that the people in the village didn't take too kindly to us.
And that, okay.
The stone itself was kind of strange. I have something like that standing in the middle of a field. Should have knocked it down a long time ago, if you ask me.
Well, it wouldn't seem too unusual. There's old markings, mile markings all around the countryside.
Sure, but you don't leave one in the middle of a field.
Oh, was it a road at one time before it became a field?
No, didn't look like any road that we noticed anyway.
Were there any markings on it?
Markings on it. Let me see here. The stone. I know it's in here somewhere. Oops, I have gone too far. The standing stone. So, it's gray, taller than a man, taller than I can reach,
Mm-hmm.
even over my head. Didn't see any kind of carvings or anything. No. It was crude, kind of natural looking, but.
And once the stone was taken down, where did it end up?
No, we just knocked it down and left it right there in the field for someone else to come and collect later. But
Oh, so it was just knocked over. It wasn't broken up or anything?
no, we just took it down, and somebody else was going to come out and take the stone. I think maybe they were going to try to repurpose it or something. Use it to make a table or something. Who knows?
So in theory, we could just put it right back where it was.
It is back where it was, isn't it?
Well, I don't know how you would get it to stand up again.
Wait a minute. When I was there, I checked the stone out. And was it still knocked over? I thought you said it was upright.
Let's see here. Yeah, it was standing up again.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's what you said. Yeah.
He's like, I don't know how you'd get it to stay standing again, but you'd have to dig it into the earth, I suppose. But yes, you realize as you say this that it was standing in when you were there.
Yeah, I said that. It was back up again when I was there.
Oh, well, that's strange. Who would have done that?
How much does this stone weigh when I was there? How much? was it?
10 feet high.
Oh, okay.
Monolith like stone. It's
not
gonna
something.
it's going to weigh several
It's a ton.
hundred pounds. Yeah, it could easily be 1,000 pounds,
Gotcha.
maybe more.
That's unusual. Okay. As we continue upward.
Yeah, well, I kind of got the feeling the villagers they really didn't want Lord Allingham to knock that stone down. I think part of him wanted to knock it down just to defy them, if you know what I mean.
Hmm.
Oh,
I mean, no lord likes to be told what he can and can't do by the small people.
all right. Did they ever explain why they didn't want those?
He says small people. When he says small people, you get kind of
Yeah, we'll move on from that. Did they ever explain to you why they didn't want? Did you talk to any of them? Explain to you why they didn't want it knocked down?
It's local superstition, bad luck, things of that sort. But look, that was like a couple of weeks ago, right? And we're still here, so. Well, the same can't be said for Lord Bargrove, I'm afraid, but.
He's the man who hired you, so one would think that may have a issue. That may have a something to deal with it, don't you?
Oh, well, maybe. I don't know. I think somebody in the village did him in.
Oh, really?
Yep. I believe it was a gang of villagers probably murdered him as revenge for breaking their traditions. We would have gone home long ago, but Lady Allingham still occasionally uses us for some work around the hall, so she doesn't seem to trust the villagers since her husband was murdered either.
Makes sense.
Go figure.
Any?
Dig ditches, prune hedges for her, things of that sort,
Yeah, but I mean, the way the man died was unusually gruesome.
Well, that's why most of the labor is shipped out of town. But our family and another family, we stayed on.
You're not scared of all the rumors and stuff like that?
I don't believe in such things.
Quite.
Do you?
Well, let's just say I have an open mind.
Well, if you say so.
And I do. So, let's
do
get.
you see anything?
Sorry, what did you say, Alice?
Do we see anything?
Give me spot hidden rolls. He doesn't.
Hey, 32. That's good.
I got a 34. What does that do for me? Nope.
Yep.
Sorry, my cat is crying. I have to grab her. Nope.
Yes. By one.
Yeah, no, you don't see any signs of any tracks or anything. Nobody's been up moving around here. No other horse tracks or anything of that sort either.
Okay, well, once more, take out the scope and take out the spyglass and look around and see if anything do a second go around.
Okay. Yeah.
I've had enough.
Weird. Just keeps climbing up onto high surfaces and then crying until I come get her. I don't understand this game.
She is what do you call that?
Crazy.
Cementing her
Her dominance.
Her dominance over you. Yes.
Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe. So I should
Stop
stop
me,
doing that.
human.
Clearly, she's training you.
As you look out with your spyglass, you can see Bargrove off to the west. You can't quite make out Hobbsfield where the stone is from here. You can kind of vaguely make out a little bit of the dark mere. Eagle Tor just in and out of the kind of They said it's not really fog. It is kind of fog, yeah, but it's more from the snow that's falling. Princetown as well. It's just kind of on the edge of your sight. You can almost make out Dartmoor Prison, you think, but out of all the tours you've been up, this one has probably the least view, despite being the highest. But you blame it largely on the weather.
Well, I cannot say that I'm not disappointed, unfortunately. I don't think we're going to find anything out here, Alice.
Nothing that I can think of.
Yeah. Somewhat disappointed. So I guess we can make our way back to the mansion.
Very well.
Okay. You'll be able to make it back to the mansion just a little bit before sunset, as it's kind of approaching twilight, probably more like evening time. Did you bring lunch along?
Yeah,
Did you eat anything for breakfast?
We said we had breakfast, and we did say we were packing provisions.
That's right.
Sure did.
Good. Yeah, you can eat as you go, as you travel.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure you get back before it gets dark.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay, so you guys will get back just before the evening meal. Well, probably like not just before the evening meal. You probably get back a good hour or so before dinner. So, say about between 4 and 4:30 in the evening. Relatively none the worse for wear, except for slight sniffles. You'll find that Gerard. I keep calling him Jer because that's how I always shorten his name on my notes. Gerard and Oscar and Ruben, they got here hours ago, so they'll probably be quite comfortable.
Okay.
I presume.
I will go and explain. We found a whole lot of nothing.
We found a vindictive old woman.
Looks like a lot of that going
Was
on.
that different from what you expected?
I would have expected a bit more of compassion from someone who also claims to be a mother, but I saw none of that there.
They are gypsies, after all. I simply played the cards we had to try to gain information about these wildlings.
Well, if you're talking about what broke in last night, it's entirely possible that it was just one of the little people thanking us for putting out some milk. But I could be wrong.
I suppose so.
I mean, it didn't harm anyone.
Well, for now. Again, I have to bring back Wells. In the beginning, they didn't harm anyone either until they did.
Yeah, I suspect the gypsy woman didn't have a lot to offer, but she did note that their behaviors are not ones that we would typically be able to rationalize. So what they might find entertaining or nice or good might be something that we see as malignant and malicious.
It's true.
So it might seem like they're being nice and just playing around, but in fact they're playing with their food, and their food being the little girl. So.
And why would we think that they would be after her?
Well, they crawled in they tried to crawl in the window, didn't they?
But the room was empty, right?
Right, you were in there.
That's where she was supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly. They went into the room of through the window of an empty room.
Right, because they thought she was in there.
Or they thought it would be an easy place to break in, but certainly.
I think they're up to something. I just, I mean, it would be better if we could find their lair before they found us, but struck out on that one.
Well, where do you suggest we look?
I would have thought the hills would have been a place, but I don't. Possibly the other ones, if I believe, were underground, and they also had a forest. Well, there's no forest around here either.
Just kind of trying not to look at those folks who are talking about fairies like they're real, as if they were madmen.
I said I'm open for suggestions, but I think no matter what we do, we have to make sure the little girl stays protected.
There was that great stone. Perhaps there's something to do with the stone, the coincidence of the stone being taken down and their appearance.
Yeah, I'm most likely, but I can't. I don't.
Not,
Yeah.
he nods to Oscar and he said, I mean the appearance of what could be them. It could be just superstitious locals.
That's what I'm leading toward. I'm sure there's some huge human agency behind this whole thing. How they are
So
getting
perhaps
out of the house, though.
Perhaps we could feed that agency with some sort of superstitious ceremony as closure, sort of appeasement to get them to stop. Maybe set flowers and cream around the stone or something. Plant a tree there or something.
How many servants are there in the house? We know there is the butler. There is the head maid. What is her name? Mrs. Beddoes. There's Mr. McKenzie, the coachman. But what about other maids and footmen?
There's a
Let
couple
me go
of
back
stable
to
hands
find
and
out.
such like that.
So you have Randolph Howard. He's the butler. James McKenzie. Josephine Ducray, the tutor. Gerald Smith is the gardener. Mrs. Beddoes, the housekeeper. And there are a total of 10 other servants, male and female, employed by the Allingham household, including whose jobs basically are cleaning, serving meals, working away in the kitchens, working on the grounds, things of that sort. 4 of those 10 are actually trained coachmen. So it's really more 4 trained coachmen, although they also do kitchen work and stuff as well when they're not doing coachman stuff. And the rest are more just kind of general servants.
I would like to interview the staff individually.
Okay.
And I want to do it in a way where I can speak with one and then have them leave and not interact with the others until I'm done speaking with everybody. I want to ask them about...
You want to interrogate them?
Yes. I want to interrogate them about this spirit that appears to be haunting this house.
Okay. How do you want to set that up?
Well, I would speak with Howard and Mrs. Beddoes first and let them know what my intentions are, that I want to interview the staff regarding the spirit, the so-called spirit, and I want to do it so that they don't have time to corroborate their stories in between, and I would like them not to know what it is that I am going to be asking them about, so that they don't have time to make up a story ahead of time.
So first you want to talk to Howard and Mrs. Beddoes about this?
Yes. Because they're the 2 head staff.
Is this something where you could explain to us what it is that you want us to ask? Because if all of us spoke to someone at once, then that would certainly make it go more quickly.
Of course. Yeah, so I'd like to ask them, have they seen the spirit? The basic things. Have you seen it?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you see it? Who, what, where, when, why? What did you see? What were you doing at the time?
Okay.
The basic questions like that from everybody. And then put the stories together to see how much of them match. And then there's probably going to be some who have never seen it, but try and gauge it along the lines that, are they lying? Do they seem like they're hiding something? And then make note of those folks, and then have keep more of an eye on them.
All right.
Because with this many people in the house, with some mysterious spirit apparently haunting the place, someone has to have seen something, because we know some of them have said they have.
Mm-hmm.
And do you plan to do this before or after dinner?
Let's do it after dinner.
Good call.
Because I don't want people spitting in my food.
And they're a little bit busy right now.
Exactly.
That is true. But it's easy to get them all right now, too, because they're all in pretty much the same place. They're all mostly around the kitchens. But, yeah. But you could also do so after dinner.
I think after
cleaning
dinner
up.
would be better. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Make sure their duties are done so they have no other distractions for the day. And be respectful. There's no reason to berate someone who is working in a menial job just because they are, not upper class.
Sure. Okay. So you'll have nice dinner. Good hot food, hot tea. Everything's nice. And then you conspire with Howard and Mrs. Beddoes to set up your interrogation. Where do you want to perform these questionings?
Let's see. Let me look for
these interviews
here. All right. So ground floor. What's 27? That's the library. That would be a good spot. The parlor would be a good spot. The dining room. What's 8? The dining room would be a good spot, and I guess there's a couple of unused rooms as well. So 15 is much larger, though. That might be a good one. So 9, 27, 8.
There's 2 15s there. Yep.
And then the larger 15. And then have them, when they're done, they can gather in the kitchen and the scullery. Have them wait in the parlor or in the entrance hall, 6, until they're called in for their interviews.
Okay. You can do this. You can make this all happen. So how many rooms are you using again? 4 or 5?
4.
4?
5, including the entry hall for the gathering.
Right.
And let them know that, no one's in trouble. They just want to ask questions about the goings on. And have Mr. Howard and Ms. Beddoes encourage them not to be speaking to each other in the hall. Like, have them gather first. Let them know we wish to speak with all the staff separately. Ask them to keep their peace while they wait. Have Mr. Howard and Ms. Beddoes watch over that, and then do the interviews. And then have them gather in the kitchen and the scullery until we're finished. Someplace out of the way.
Okay. I mean, once they're finished, can't they go about their normal duties?
Well, yeah, as long as they don't go back to they can go back to their duties as long as they don't go back to the entry hall. And
right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 people to interview. There are 4 of you performing the interviews. So how much time do you want to spend with each interview?
Oh, not very long at all. Just enough time to go through the questions. Ask their name, how long they've been working there, what they have witnessed since the passing of the Lord. Especially, like, have they seen any spirits? If they have, when did it happen? What were they doing at the time? What did they witness? That stuff. If anybody has any other questions they think would work. I would like to just eliminate the staff from suspicion if possible, so that the lady of the house.
It may take about an hour.
Something like that, yeah. Some interviews may take a little longer.
What are you doing while he's getting this all prepared, Wilhelm?
I'm not gonna get involved in what they're doing because they're better at it than I am.
Okay, so then we can skip the library out of there, and that would leave the 3 rooms then, because the library kind of out of the way.
It'll take a little more than an hour then.
Right. It's just that it's not my wheelhouse there. What I'm doing is I'm going to try to secure the house. I'm going to do some things like I know they try to climb up the side of the house to the windows. So it is below 0. It's freezing outside, right?
Probably.
Right.
Yes, definitely. I mean, there's still a small blanket of snow on the ground.
Right. I'm going to get the permission from the lady of the house, Mrs. Lady Bargrove, but I'm going to ask her that I would like to ace up the side of the house where the windows are for right now, and explain to her that you remember last night someone tried to get into the house, and maybe to your daughter or to you. So I like to make that as difficult as possible, and I would like to pour water while they're down the side of the building, making it very slick, and that more or less stops people from trying to easily climb up into the windows.
Okay, it's a good thinking. Yep.
Okay. Also, I would like. I know this is an inconvenience to you, just to Lady Barkham, but
I thought you
Barco.
were talking to me as the keeper.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to make it inconvenient. I know it's an inconvenience, but can I ask that you choose to sleep in another room than you normally do, and that you sleep with your daughter just until the investigation's over?
Oh, well, what room would you suggest? The bedrooms are all taken now.
Well, we can move some around. What I would like to do is tonight in a few minutes I'm gonna go take a nap, and I'm gonna try to stay up all night, and hopefully with a few others, and take your place in your room. And
Well, then I think that we would take the room that you and Gerard are currently sharing.
if that's possible, and again, I
I'll have
apologize.
to have the servants change all of the linen, of course.
Of course, and I understand that it will be inconvenient, but I'm concerned about your safety and the safety of your daughter.
I understand.
And I appreciate it. If it's okay with you,
If
I
you
would.
think it's best, Master Van Zorn, then we'll
And
take the
and it'll be
request.
temporary. And it's temporary. And
Of
uh,
course.
and I will be sleeping in your room. And hopefully we can solve this case rather quickly, and we can get back to normal.
Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. The interrogations will take like an hour and a quarter, hour, 20 minutes, something like that.
Use the
So
maximum charm.
by the time that's all done, let's see. So you had dinner, and then afterwards, there's all of this. So by the time that's all done, I'm going to say it's around 8:30 in the evening.
All right, and then once we're done with all that, if we could all gather in the parlor and
So
go through
through the course of the interview,
Mhm.
what you gather is, why don't you go ahead and give me psychology rolls, all three of you who are participating in the interviews. You can do it with a bonus die.
Oh, sweet.
Because these aren't like hardened criminals or anything of that sort. These are just servants,
Ooh, I'm glad. 'Cause I
and
rolled
you're interviewing
a regular
multiple.
die. But I got a hard success with the bonus die.
Okay. How did Alice do? And Ruben?
Alice failed,
Alice failed.
Yep.
Even with the bonus die, yeah.
even with the bonus die.
Ah,
Okay. Ruben.
Sorry, I was muted. With the bonus die, he got a regular success.
Okay. So, and now Alice, go ahead and give me a luck roll, please.
Okay, what is my 43? I missed it by 3 points.
Okay. So, one of the maids, the kind of general purpose serving women, told you that she had seen the ghost of Sir, was it William Wallingham, the last one to die, I think?
yes, that's correct.
Yes. She saw the ghost of Sir William, or Lord William, in the library, perusing his book, seemingly. And that when she spotted him, she let out a cry, and he turned and looked at her quickly, and looked startled, and then he disappeared.
Oh, goodness. And when was this?
Oh, it was just a couple of days, maybe before you arrived.
Would you mind speaking with one of my colleagues? He may have some more specific questions.
I suppose, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
If you feel it's necessary.
So yeah, she'll.
Aside from that one, none of the others seem to have seen anything. They just all report the same kind of stuff: hearing noises in the night, something fiddling with doorknobs, tapping at the windows, sounds of strange, cries and moanings and different sounds in the halls at night. You know,
All
furniture
things that are
being moved
completely
about.
non-specific.
Furniture being moved about when they get up and you know, not finding things where they'd left them and stuff like that. Stable hand talks about the one day going out and finding all the horses' hair had been braided together. You know, their manes had all been kind
Like
of
you do.
braided to the one next to them. Side by side, braided. Whatever, shit like that. And that's it. As for Oscar and Ruben, all of your interviews pretty much are the same way, except for you each get. Well, actually, give me luck rolls, both of you.
Let us see here. Mine is actually pretty good right now.
Ooh, 17. I have a success.
I failed.
Okay, so Ruben, nobody tries to tell you that they saw anything, so it's the same story for you. One does try to tell you, Oscar, that she saw the ghost. It had to have been Sir William. I saw him walking down the hallway, the entrance through the entrance hall at the bottom of the stairs, and yes, he was passing from the from the eastern hall towards the dining room to the west, but you know that she's making shit up. She's totally bullshitting. That's your psychology roll.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna let her tell her story and see how fascinating. Thank you.
You can probably pick up some little inconsistencies, or something that in as she tells it. You
Right.
ask her back about something and it's changed. Whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, she's full of shit.
All right.
She ain't seen shit.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to know. But no one seemed, as far as I found, that they were trying to hide that it was them moving furniture around and being a spirit. All right.
Nope.
Okay, good. That's exactly what I wanted to do. I'm going to do remove suspicion from the staff.
Yep. Okay. But I believe Alice has one that's been flagged.
Fantastic. All right. So they'll take her into the library.
Okay. Alice or the servant or both?
No, bring Alice with me. I don't want it to.
Okay. Well, that's what I was asking.
So she'd feel more comfortable speaking.
Sure.
She had already spoken with her. And tell me, my dear, where exactly did you see Lord Allingham?
Give me a psychology roll.
Oh, did not make that by a lie. Yeah, I failed that.
Okay. In the library, sir.
In the library. And where exactly in the library? And I point, could you point to where you found him?
Yes, right over here. He was looking at these books here about the Allingham family history, and she gestures, and you see it is the Allingham family history.
I see.
Section, whatever.
Okay.
Old journals and things of that sort.
And what was your purpose for coming into the library at that time?
It was early in the morning. Breakfast was on, and I was just coming in, doing some tidying, some early morning dusting before the family would wake for breakfast.
I see.
Let me look at the map here. Hold on. Pull it up so I can actually read it here. Okay, so the library is
27 on the ground floor.
Yeah, cool. Yep. She's like, so I had come from the kitchen, and I decided to start in the chapel. I dusted in there quickly, and then left the chapel and went up to the library. And I came in the door right here, just at the door, and I saw him standing right there.
And I'll go in
the fireplace.
And I'll go and stand there where she pointed. About here, you say?
No, a little to your right.
All right, move in there.
Turn towards the books.
Okay, and I do that.
Now turn your head over your left shoulder like you're looking at me here by the door.
And I'll do that. And how good of a view is it?
That's clear.
Nice clear view. Okay.
I mean, it's across the room pretty much, almost as far away as you could possibly be and still be in the room.
Okay, well, I'll go and I'll just like lay a penny on the ground there where that happened. And you say he just vanished?
Yes, he looked at me and he looked startled. I'm sure I did too. I cried out and then he disappeared.
Did anyone hear you cry out and come running?
No, they were in the kitchen working away. It's pretty noisy in there when you're preparing breakfast for service.
Indeed, I'm sure. Indeed. And you've not seen anything since then?
No.
Have you ever seen a spirit before?
No, sir, certainly not. And I don't want to see one ever again either.
I can understand. Well, thank you for your time.
As I recall, she thinks back, she says, I believe it was on the Tuesday.
Can you describe what manner of clothing he was wearing? What was his appearance like? Did he appear groomed and well put together, or haggard and?
No, he looked well groomed. He was wearing his smoking jacket, and I didn't really get a look at his legs. I don't recall what kind of shoes he was wearing, but no, he looked much as I remember him.
I see. Damn, I wish I'd rolled better on that psychology roll.
Mhm.
Oh well. Well, I thank you for your time. You may go back about your duties. You've been quite helpful.
Thank you, sir. And she will. And by this point in time, now it's probably nearing, getting closer to 9 o'clock at night. Between 8:30 and 9. And Wilhelm is going to be quite busy. Well, no, not necessarily. No, the servants are going to be really busy. Because before they can clean up the kitchen, which is what they want to do right now, before they can do that, though, they've got to go and rearrange the bedrooms upstairs.
And like I said, I'm
Two bedrooms.
taking a nap.
Where are you taking a nap?
Anywhere available. I'm not,
Not in one of the rooms that they're trying to.
right.
I believe the stables are available.
Yeah, I should state that somewhere that's not freezing.
Okay.
I'm sure there's a study or some. I mean, there's a room somewhere that's not being used inside the mansion.
What was not used for your interrogations? The cloakroom? There's unused rooms.
Right. I'm just basically what I'm trying to do is not get
The trophy room.
A trophy room would be fine. Try not to get a disadvantage when I'm up tonight. That's all.
Okay. Or the billiard room.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So the servants said about moving the rooms, and then they'll go to cleaning. It's going to be a late night for them. They're not happy.
Oh.
Not happy at all.
And and Oscar knocked himself.
And Howard will walk by at one point. Reuben and say, well, if your aim was to alienate the servants of the household, I believe you have been quite successful. I believe it will be cold tea for you tomorrow.
Yeah, unfortunately, this was none of my planning. This was all Mr. Zorn.
Whoa, Zorn! Oh, yeah.
Master von Zorn, I believe, was not involved in the interrogations.
That's
he
right.
was, however, involved in the reorganization of the bedrooms. Yes, you two have a remarkable penchant for annoying the household staff, I must say.
Well, sir, I do
Never
apologize.
had more trying and taxing house guests in my 40-some years of service.
That is a shame. See, I would have thought you had had more difficulty dealing with the multiple deaths in the household and the ongoing suffering of the remaining lordships.
Oh,
but then again, I could see how a few rooms being moved around.
I've served 3 Lords Bargrove, and my pay has never gotten any worse.
Indeed. And I suspect you can continue on moving things around rooms and the pay will remain the same.
Indeed. Any plans for tomorrow, sir?
Cold tea, apparently.
Very
well. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you'd been knocked from the stream there. Sorry.
Thank you very much. All right. Yeah. So, well, it's too late now. Never mind.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I forgot what I was going to say.
It's all good. So that night, what are your plans?
Oh yeah, there was something I wanted to do. Since I'm going to speak with Mr. Howard and Mrs. Beddoes after we were done with the interviews.
Yes? Oh, okay.
Yeah, just to go over the fact that, after we had done our corroboration, let them know that everyone was excellent. They all said exactly what I thought they would. They are all definitely not involved in any sort of shenanigans as far as this whole haunting thing is concerned.
Oh, so we were all suspects in your opinion before.
Everyone's a suspect when it comes to something like this.
I see. Oh, that explains you treating us all like prisoners in our own home.
Well, if that's the way you think of it, then I'm sorry that you are a shallow person.
Mrs. Beddoes is like, Howard, manners, please. This is a guest. What? Oh, I'm very sorry. I was just being candid. I apologize. I did not mean to hurt your feelings, sir.
Oh, you can't hurt my feelings. I grew up in the slums. I have made myself the man I am today under my own willpower and forethought. But yes, thank you for your shallow considerations, and good day to you, sir. Mrs. Beddoes. And I hand her a small pouch with some funds in it. About, how much do I have on me? I can hand her like 10 pounds and say, because if you could see that something is done for the staff, to let them, appreciation for their hard work. In this instance, you may leave Mr. Howard out of it, since he wants nothing to do with such things. Good day to you, sir, ma'am. And I bow to her and smile light nicely and leave.
Good day to you. Good day to you.
Good day to you.
What would that roll be? I think psychology. Give me a psychology roll too. I think you might have rolled this before in one of the previous sessions, but it was so long ago I can't recall.
Yeah, no, I failed.
Oh, okay.
This is all in front of Ruben too, right?
I don't know. Are you following him around? Perhaps.
I thought he was right with us at the same time. No worries. Go ahead.
If you wish. I don't know. Who's all hanging out together at the same time. Mm-hmm.
So was the idea to get the child out of the room to set up like a bait, like a dummy dressed up in the child's nightgown and make it seem like she was in the bed, that sort of thing?
Are you asking Zorn?
Yes, of course.
Well, to be honest, if you call me a dummy and bait, that might be insulting, but you're basically on the right track.
Well, the child's room is empty. Nobody's in the child's room.
Right.
I think he's talking to Zorn. What he's talking about.
Well, I'm planning to do some patrols. Just going into the room, waiting a bit, go to the next room, wait a bit, have a few weapons here and there, ice up the windows, and prepare to see if we can catch our rather uninvited guests.
Very good. All right, we'll carry on.
Well,
So,
Yeah, I remember what I wanted to do.
so if you hear a shotgun blast, you know what's happening.
What do you want to do, Oscar?
So I wanted to go back to the library where she said she saw the spirit and search around that area.
Okay.
For
what
anything.
are you searching for?
Just anything that could explain like an apparition at that time of day. She said it was in the morning.
Like a crystal or something with light going through it, like that.
Right. Look at the walls, look at the windows.
Give me a spot hidden roll.
The windows and the wall.
Ooh, that's a 15.
The fireplace is near there.
That is a 15 out of
absolutely nothing.
45. So yeah, that's a hard success.
Nope, nothing.
So there's absolutely nothing that would explain an apparition there.
No.
So either she's lying, or
it was an apparition.
Or it was an apparition. Most likely, she was lying.
Which means, of course, Oscar has already made his mind up, I assume.
Right. Because, I mean, the easiest choice would be that she's lying, which is probably what it was. But I'm not going to hold it against her.
Well, there's a possibility that, I mean, maybe she's not lying. Maybe she
thought she did see something.
Exactly.
So, but what she saw isn't what she thought she saw.
Exactly. Maybe she's insane.
Could be a misidentification.
That could be that too. And then I'll look at those books that were being examined.
She could be behind it all.
I doubt it, but
How far away is that stone?
The standing stone?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
100 feet or a mile or two?
Oh, several miles, like 3-4 miles.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Say about 3 miles or so.
Ruben's going to hedge his bets and prepare the milk and bread and such again. Who would be the oldest servant who still has their faculties on the staff?
Howard.
Jesus Christ.
Roll
about-
psychology roll.
All right. Oh, no. 85.
Yeah,
fail.
Howard for sure.
Okay. Mr. Howard.
Yes, sir. I was just about to turn in for the evening. Do you have several hours of menial tasks you would like me to do first?
No, but I do applaud your sharp wit and sarcasm. No, I had a quick question for you.
Yes.
You've been here for 3 generations of lords, and
more or less, sir. Yes.
the standing stone and the stories that go with it, with the faith and all that. Do you have any knowledge of such things?
I'm sorry about the standing stone and the.
Yeah, they knocked down
faith?
the Lord knocked down the stone and the little footprints in the flower and all that. If one were
footprints
to
in the
follow
flower.
such, the wee
I'm sorry,
folk,
sir. You seem to have lost me.
why would people leave cream and bread out to appease spirits?
Appease spirits, appease thieving gypsies, more likely, sir.
Oh, well, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you. Please enjoy your slumber and have a wonderful evening.
Quite right, sir. You too. You can do one more psychology roll. This time I'll give you a bonus die
Fair enough.
because I'm just starting to feel sorry for you.
Okay. Well, I have a 0 and a 4
I think that's going to be a success.
and a 1. Okay.
So 0-1.
0, 1.
You hadn't put it together before, but you realize now why Howard acts so strange and acts the way he does. You believe the old man is becoming senile.
Ah. Fair enough.
Or he just hates you.
Or he just hates everyone, perhaps. But yeah.
Yeah. Hates everything about his life, sure. Or at least Orm.
No, definitely showing signs of senility.
Okay.
You rolled a not 1.
Yeah, fair enough.
He fucking hates you. I like that.
Okay, what I was how about somebody else? Somebody in the midst of the interviews,
Meadows?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did anybody mention anything fey or fancy or anything like that? Let's try with Miss Meadows.
Let's see here.
What I'm getting at is, if milk and bread have some sort of appeasement, would sweet cream and cake offer more? Would sugar appease where salt would repel? Is there something else that we could offer that would be more? Apples, that sort of thing. Fresh flowers, a drop of blood in the milk, whatever it would take. Is there something else?
Was there a book in the library on fairy myths?
Truthfully, I didn't look at all.
There was. You found some kind of a book there.
Yeah,
I did.
A book called About Fairies. Yes.
Well, then let's assume I said this out loud in the company of whoever was there, and that was mentioned. I'm gonna go find said book.
I'll go with you.
That sounds wonderful, because apparently I'm having trouble piecing thoughts together.
All right. So we go look in the book.
Right, and I guess that means I have to go looking on Google. Uh,
Madam, my thought is exactly what I was saying, was that if simple milk and
What are you calling
bread,
Madam? You're talking to Mrs. Meadows?
No,
no,
to me.
you know,
Okay, I was gonna say you didn't drag this woman down to the library when she said
no,
No,
no.
no.
I drug our resident librarian,
Yes.
good. Okay.
or I should say bibliophile.
Mm.
Um, if the
You're thinking if milk and bread is good, would cream and cake be better?
exactly, or something else. Maybe what the gypsy said is that they don't think like we do. They don't have the same taste. Perhaps something obscure like, I don't know, like fresh cream and rotten fish or something
Okay.
else might appease them.
So some things you find that the Fae like. They like tidiness, order, cleanliness, especially in the kitchen. They like bread and cake, little bits set out in the evening. They like invitations, like fairy doors and things of that sort.
Mm.
Milk or water set out in the evening, perhaps in a nice thimble, but never one made of iron or steel. Glittery, shiny things like small bells, marbles, jewelry, again, no iron or steel. Light, happy music or singing. Low lighting. Most fairy settings occur at dusk or dawn. A small candle could guide them to your home. They dislike anything iron. Scissors, pins, knives, anything made of iron will frighten them. They do dislike clutter and disorder, stacks of things that haven't been sorted. They dislike bells, like loud bells.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them like bells, but they're their own bells. Like if your cat wears a bell or something like that, the noise may drive them away. Water. Many psychic experiences are attributed to deep hidden stream under a building and so forth. Some fairy are the opposite. They don't like to cross streams, hidden or visible. But then again, this is not a firm rule, as many other types of fairies are said to live near or even in the water. They don't like to be looked in the eye. Particularly leprechauns, said if you look them in the eye, you can gain control over them and hold the gaze.
I think that cream and cake would be fine. I don't think that that milk and bread would be bad. If we want to keep them out, if that is the goal of all of this ice and flour and things, it seems like putting pins and nails along the ledges of the windows would be the most effective way of doing that.
Indeed. What time is it?
By this point in time,
It's
10
late.
o'clock at night.
Yep.
Everybody's pretty much in bed. Well, everybody is not investigators. Some of the servants are still tidying up the kitchen, I suppose, actually, because there's still bits that need to be dried and put away.
Thank you, Miss Morrow.
They're particularly miserable servants.
Miss Morrow, I'm going to make a quick jaunt outside. I would not invite you due to the bracing cold. I thank you for your time.
Are you certain?
You can join me if you like.
I would be happy to.
Okay, well, he's going to bundle up.
Yep.
What I'm looking for is to create a point of invitation outside the house to establish something else that they could go to, perhaps like a shrine.
Stables.
Like a shrine. Like I set up a small, comfy place that is completely in order with something to offer them, marbles and thimbles and such. Put a candle there, let it be somewhat obscured from the wind and the snow and such, and leave the cream and cake and stacked coins and whatever else we can think of there. And if they are drawn to there and they leave the house alone, that perhaps a habit of doing that will resolve, if it even exists. But I suspect it's some kind of strange things after what we've seen, that perhaps we can dissuade them from going towards the house and to go somewhere else. And if that would work, then we could do it a little bit further away, and then a
So
little
you
bit
do that in
further
the
away.
stables?
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna take a quick look around with purpose to see what is the leeward side of a structure that would block some of the wind, and then go from there. Whether it be a big stand of trees, be a
Or you can do it outside,
stable.
not inside.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them
It's
outside.
cold and windy and wet.
That's why I bundled up.
Right, but you said comfortable, so
That's what I was
comfortable
saying.
for them is going to be indoor somewhere. Stables is a separate building, so
Yes, that'll have to do.
I think yes. If you're trying to get them away from the house but someplace comfortable, what would make sense would be the stables. We should probably let someone know, but I think that the stable boys have already gone to sleep for the evening. But we can certainly set this up. But I do have one question before we go to all of this trouble.
Yes,
Do you think this has anything at all to do with the murder of the Lord?
not at all.
All right.
I'm
just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I'm strictly thinking about the little girl Ursula.
Because my suspicion is that because we put out milk last night,
Yes,
and because I was the one who put it out, I think that perhaps they were coming to give me a gift or something,
or to take you away.
or
Again,
possibly to take me away. I don't know, but I
right.
think that's probably more likely what was going on, and not that they were trying to harm the child or anything else. But I could be wrong.
Oh, I don't know that there can be a right or wrong at this point. We're just grasping at straws. Okay, so once in the
you'll
stable,
come across Mackenzie coming out of the stable, and he'll almost bump into you. Say, "Oh, Reuben, Lady Morrow." He bows a little bit awkwardly. You can smell whiskey off him. I was just checking on the checking on the horses. I was.
of course, we're going to be setting up a small little distraction to dissuade the wee folk, and he's going to give him a big wink and then nod over to Mrs. Morrow.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Where?
In the stables, nothing untold or nothing going to harm anything. Just to set up a little distraction. You have a good evening.
They're not going to endanger my horses, are you?
Never. I would never dream of such a thing.
The horses will be fine. We're just if there's for example, if there's a bowl of cream in there or something tomorrow, we just didn't want you to think that someone had broken in and burgled you or something.
Oh, right. Oh, very well. He kind of has a confused look at this as well. Do whatever you think is necessary, as long as there's no danger to the
danger
animals,
to the horses. No.
or to the household. Yes, I will be calling it an evening then. If you need to go anywhere, of course, don't hesitate to.
Thank
to
you
wake
so
me, I
much.
suppose.
No. We won't wake you. Please have a pleasant evening.
He goes inside the house.
So once in there, see if there is a. The problem with using the stables, of course, is that it
All
defeats.
the iron.
Well, there is the iron, but also it's not a very tidy place.
This is true.
So let us, if you want to stay, let us create an oasis within the untidiness. Maybe it'll be as a beacon.
Move all the iron away from that corner, and
Yep.
Well, yeah, pick one spot, something attractive, like one of the stalls that's perfectly square, that sort of thing, and clean it completely out and sweep everything up. And
ooh, okay.
a ring of stones or something around it.
If there's a stall that is not in use, how about that?
Of course. And then, like little stones or something, try to get all the same size stones in a circle, and maybe a spiral so it has an opening and that sort of thing. Yes, a spiral of stones leading
With
to
a
the
candle at the center.
with the candle at the center, with the cream and the cakes and the coins and the marble and such like that.
Go ahead and give me a luck roll, please, Reuben.
Luck roll. Ooh. hold on. I have a 48. Let me see what my current luck is. I have a 45. No, that's sanity. No, I have a 57. Whoo! Whoo!
So you succeeded.
I succeeded.
So you do find a stall that's not in use, and it
Okay.
doesn't take you too long to clean it out. It takes a while. Still hay around and stuff, you know.
Sure.
But yeah, you guys have it done by about midnight.
Fair enough. And did they have like the standard cowbells and that sort of thing about?
I think they would have cowbells in a stable.
No, I don't think so. No.
I think they would have like sleigh bells and
Yeah, well, there is a sleigh.
yeah, that would be
yeah,
sleigh bells.
there's definitely silver sleigh bells, you know.
And then perhaps like a big kettlebell that you like call animals in, that sort of thing. That's typically what you do. Is you bang a big bell and they know to come in. That's
the only animals they really have are horses and stuff. So I don't think
okay, fair enough. So whatever bells I can find, and whatever bejangles I can put together to make a noisemaker, I'm going to lash them together on a rope so that if I pull it, it makes a horrendous, jangly, chaotic sound.
And where are you going to put that?
I'm putting it elsewhere because I'm going to stay and observe.
You're going to stay in the stable, are you?
Yes. So I'm going to stack up somewhere like above in perfect view and make a nice big hay bale and bring some extra blankets and all the rest of that. And
very good. No problem. And you can stay awake then?
All night? Well, the plan is at midnight, so I've made it welcoming. I've got my candle set up, and I guess I am going to just take one of the little sleigh bells, and I'm just going to tink it in a pattern. Pink, pink, pink. Just a nice, quiet little bell.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like the sound of water dripping off of ice or something. Tink, tink.
Okay.
And Mrs. Morrow, I wish you a good night.
Yes. Have a good night, please. Do you? I hope that everything works out well.
Indeed, it will. He taps his little pistol, and he's got his bells. And
all right, Miss Morrow is going to go to bed.
Okay. And Wilhelm, you are patrolling around all night, or?
Well, as much as I can until I can't anymore. That's why I took the nap. I am going to stay in the room, stay up in the room every now and then, and from room to room. And
you can stay up all night.
Right, and I am going to do have a quick window view of outside, and just basically do a regular spiral patrol. And while I'm doing it, also I'm getting used to the sounds. I mean, every house has sounds and creaks.
Yep, absolutely.
Right. So, and just try to acclimatize to any unusual things that's going on.
Sure.
Also making sure that all my weapons are close at hand and ammo's there, and knife and gun and pistol and sword.
Yep.
And
you would totally have a machine gun if it lets you.
I would have a C-130 if you would let me.
Okay.
And I'm using my pattern not to ever stay more than 10 minutes away from the child's room, the mother and the child's room. So
the house isn't that big, man.
Well, what I'm saying is that
there's nowhere in the house that you could ever be that you're less than a minute away from if you ran.
Right. My pattern always crosses that room, and I'm always my head's to the door every now and then, and so forth like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. No problem. Yeah, you can patrol all night. Ruben, you can stay up all night there, tinking your bell and trying to trap some fairies in the stable.
I'm going to sleep all night
trying
in my bed.
to lead them, not trying to trap them.
Yes. Oscar sleeps like a baby. Gerard sleeps like a baby. The next nearly 8 hours pass.
I sleep
And-
like a baby also.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Morrow also sleeps like a baby.
Everyone's sleeping like a baby.
And nothing at all of consequence or interest happens.
I am
It's nearly 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun is starting to rise.
batting 1,000. I swear to God, I am totally confused on this one.
No strange ghostly visitors in the night.
Okay, well, when 6 o'clock in the morning comes, I go back into my room.
No waking up from Ursula screaming in the middle of the night.
Well, before. Okay.
Well, Ruben's going to collect all of his little bits and pieces and put them into a little box or a bucket so that he can redo it if he needs to.
Okay.
And I think I have an idea. So he's going to go back and secure some coffee and biscuits and wait for the sleepyheads to awake.
Yeah, by 8 o'clock in the morning, breakfast is already being served. Of course, they've got the servants are probably up since 5 preparing stuff. So,
Excellent.
what time did you say you were going to bed, Wilhelm?
I'm probably gonna go around 6 or 7.
Yeah, after the servants are up for about an hour or so.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. Make sure everyone's up and about.
Good. And yourself, Ruben? Then, after you get some coffee,
Yes.
what are you gonna do next?
Well, when the others are up,
Mhm.
he will bring up the only thing that really stands out is a difference. And I guess we want to investigate weather conditions. Was it perhaps this snow flurry, the actual dropping temperature, and the cold snap? Did that keep the situation at bay? Did it happen on other nights where it was this bad?
It is getting colder, and it is continuing to snow. Skies are very gray.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they cover the sky, and there is a what would you call it? A nice full blanket of snow covering the ground as far as the eyes can see.
Is the lady of the house and the young lady of the house still alive and at 'em?
Yeah, they're in the room. 8 o'clock in the morning. They're in the dining room getting breakfast served to them. Getting breakfast served to them. They're not, you know what I mean.
Very.
I assume that's around the time that you guys are having this conversation.
Yep. Go on to somebody else. I have to take this call. Sorry.
No problem. Actually, I was going to say, shall we take a bio break?
Indeed.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
I want to make some coffee and grab some cake. Actually,
I am at a loss on this one.
My friend from Ireland. What's going on with you?
oh, I'm sorry. I hate that.
I mean, I just can't. Everything I think it's gonna be, I'm just totally off on this one. I have no idea.
Sounds like a good mystery to me.
She gave the dog my only bag of animal crackers.
I don't think we have much longer to go. In fairness, so I'd say we're more than halfway through the session by this point. We will reach the end of the scenario.
Wow, then we really did miss something.
That is so cool.
Don't worry, you won't miss the finale. I have a feeling that it's going to be an end game type finale. Everyone in the kitchen sink will be there.
Oh, are you making a Marvel reference or something?
Yeah. I know you don't watch Marvel. I know you don't do Marvel.
No, I catch the reference. I know what Endgame was, kind of. So.
Yeah, everyone and their mother was in that last battle. So. Not saying there's going to be a battle.
I can neither confirm nor deny the presence of a last final battle.
But
Final battle?
I just feel like I'm missing something. I don't know. It just, all just aside, I just feel like there's something there that it's like, oh shit, we should have talked to that person, or we should have done that.
Oh, for what it's worth, I think you guys have been doing a pretty damn good job as investigators. In fairness, you've been investigating multiple angles, using your pooled resources well, splitting up, and exploring different angles, different locations, talking to different groups, different. I don't know. I mean, you've talked to the gypsies, you've talked to the outsiders, the outside laborers. You've talked to people of the village, talked to the servants. You've had a seance. You brought in the mystic and did some kind of a little phony ass seance or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's just that it's like something's missing.
You've befriended some of the servants. You've managed to alienate all of the rest.
But we don't even really know what happened. We're under their thought that these are some sort of fairy folk, but we have no proof of that really. It could be just a serial killer with a sense of humor.
Those are the best kind of serial killers, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, you would think that, but anyway. Anyway, no, it's about splitting up the party. When I was running in Gen Con, I ran 8 games and 2 to 1. Everyone splits up in Call of Cthulhu. It's like
it should. They should, honestly. I mean, if you're playing it right, I think you should. I mean, if you're a group and you're doing an investigation, things are gonna go a lot better. It's gonna be a lot more. Sort of looking for.
I was playing in one.
A lot more efficient if you split up and go to different places.
yeah, and the fact that you don't know you're in a horror movie. That's
of course.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
And if you think you are, then you're not playing the game right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think there's an exception with our group in that we looked into the face of the bad guy apart, so we're a little less. We're not new to it.
Right.
Our premise is more X-Files than anything else. We know that something's out there. We just don't know what it is.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, I got some special cake here, Joseph.
Special cake.
I knew we were playing Hudson Brand again, so I got some cake.
What'd you get?
Red velvet.
Oh, that's a good one.
From the Coolmore West Cork Bakery.
Yeah, I mean, you're in Ireland, so you've got all those really, really cool bakeries and places and villages to go to.
Oh yeah, well I live in the city though. I don't go to them. I just go to the grocery store and buy the ones that they send to the stores.
Yeah, you just killed it. Thank you. I get this vision of you like wandering in the village with your basket and your bicycle. And
Cork is a 3-hour drive, man. I wasn't going down there just to buy cake.
Yeah, and that whole beautiful vision I had of you just going in and getting your bread and your pint of, your quart of Guinness and cheese,
Nope, I live in Dublin, bro.
Yeah, I've been there, yeah.
Pretty cool, though. We did go up, while you were up in Gen Con, actually, we went off to Sligo.
Sligo?
And, yeah, it's kind of very distant, mostly rural county.
Uh-huh.
We stayed in Sligo town, of course,
Yeah.
but yeah, we went out to the folk park there, the folk village. It's like old buildings, old houses. Just kind of shows you the old way of life and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Pretty cool. It was a good time. Just to get out of the city for a day, 2 days.
And you stayed at an inn or something like that?
Oh, we stayed in a hotel
Oh,
in
okay.
Sligo town, but yeah, it was literally just a place for us to sleep.
Gotcha.
It's comfortable.
I do want to do a castle over there. All of the years I've lived over there, I never really slept in a castle.
You lived here?
I lived in Germany, and not
Oh,
Ireland,
okay.
in Germany, yeah. In the military.
They got lots of castles in Germany too, though.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been to
Germany's
a lot of them.
Beautiful country.
Oh yeah. Big, beautiful, just really cool. I probably would have never came back.
They have something in Germany we don't have, and that's massive forests.
Yeah. I probably would have not came back if it wasn't for the fact that I needed a job.
Yeah, fair enough. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see how this red velvet cake is. First taste. Cake is one of the few times when I think it's appropriate to use the adjective moist in a positive connotation.
In a non-sexual way, yeah, I agree with you. Oh, man.
That is good.
Good stuff. Good stuff, huh?
Yeah, it's tasty.
Yeah.
So who are we still missing? Jen, are you back? Are you still there? Okay, Jen is there.
Yes. I was just muted.
No worries at all.
Trying to find you in the maze of tabs.
Yeah, I feel you. How about John? Are you there? John is still away. Okay. What about
I'm
you,
here.
Eric? Nope, there's John. Is everybody going to do that? Eric, are you there?
No, I just walked in from taking care of the chickens.
You have, oh yeah, you're a chef, so yeah, I guess you would have chickens.
Like, they're not eating chickens; they're companion chickens.
What does that have to do with having chickens?
Well,
like every chef just has chickens.
No, I just know like 3 chefs, and they all have either their own garden. One has a chicken coop, and one guy even actually has shares a pig farm.
I have a garden and chickens.
There you go. See, there's 4.
No, these are strictly companion egg chickens.
Well, I mean, yeah, I didn't mean that the chefs that I knew were eating the chickens. They were doing it for the eggs. One guy I know swears that your own eggs are 100% better than you can buy at the store. And I don't eat eggs, but
I've done an egg comparison, and without a doubt, the eggs that come from chickens that just wander around foraging, chickens eat a lot more grass than people would give them credit for. They eat a lot of grass, and like the little seeds from the helicopters, from the grass weed helicopters and stuff like that. They eat lots of grass. They'll eat any grains or seeds they can find. They eat lots of little bugs. But if any fresh chicken eggs, the yolk is almost dark orange, whereas most of your yolks from the supermarket, they're a soft light yellow. You can't even tell until you put them next to each other. But as far as a taste difference, I don't know that there. I mean, one assumes there's a taste difference, but visually, there most certainly is with the dark yolks.
Yeah, the guy I know, he's a chef at a restaurant called the Paris in Utah, Salt Lake, and he'll bring his own eggs in for his dishes. So
nice. Okay, back to the game.
Yeah, well, there you go. I don't think everyone's here though.
I'm back.
I'm here.
Good.
You were just waiting on Ian.
Oh, I'm still muted. Haha, I'm here. I'm talking, dickhead. But yeah.
What?
I have two mutes. I have a mute on my headset as well as on my computer, and I had muted them both and didn't realize. Sorry, I'm the dickhead, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only have one mute, but I gave him up for adoption.
Oh!
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
From
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Joke's
No.
on you. They were twins.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So Ruben dies first.
Oh, I died
No.
a long time ago, dude.
So breakfast can be had by those who are still awake. Ruben, are you going to stay up?
You
You may do so, but you're going to be tired without sleep, and you're going to have a penalty die on all skill checks.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. Once it's established that I believe it has to do with the weather and that perhaps the extreme weather might be a condition to consider, he's going to take a nap. Please wake me if there's anything you need me for. I've been up all night. I bid you adieu.
So you can get to sleep about 9 o'clock.
Fair enough.
Keep note of that. 9 a.m. you went to sleep. About 6 a.m. Zorn went to sleep. Because if you wake up and you've had less than 6 hours of sleep, that penalty die is going to stick.
Well, that
I got to sleep at midnight, so I'm good.
not going to tell
And you
anybody.
got a full 8 hours.
Yeah.
He's not going to tell anybody where he's sleeping, so he's going to try to find a hidey hole.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where?
Is there an attic?
You have a map in front of you, don't you, dude?
Does it say attic in it?
It does. It says attic and servants' quarters. The servants live in the attic.
Oh, fair enough. Well, then that wouldn't be a very good hiding spot. Now, would it?
No.
Let me see here. I'm pulling up my detailed map on my detailed screen so that I may
There's a
provide
cellar,
details.
but that's also used quite a bit, you can imagine. There are a couple of unused rooms on the ground floor.
Indeed, there are.
There's also the chapel. The chapel doesn't really get used.
Chapel it is. Going to the chapel. Going to get married.
The chapel. What was it about the chapel that was interesting? I know you guys explored it earlier.
Christ. That's where the monster is.
You get eaten. It's a private chapel in the west wing of the house. Hasn't really been used much since the late 1700s. So like in a century or so. It's a
Sweet.
scaled down reproduction of a church complete with font, pews, and altar. It's pretty chilly and cool in there because they don't heat it, but that's it.
Well,
Several members of the Ellingham line are also entombed here, including Montague Ellingham himself, but who caused the curse. But,
We'll bring his blankets in there and make himself comfortable. But when he walks in, he will amuse himself with a pew, and then he'll lay down.
You imagine an undead groan issuing from the interred members of the Ellingham family.
But at least one of them would laugh because they haven't heard a joke in a long time, even a bad one.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's a slow clap in the background.
Yeah, you may. That would probably be more distressing than anything.
I'm going to explore the cellar again.
Okay. It has not changed.
Okay.
It's,
But there's no evidence of like any outside people.
Give me a
through
spot hidden roll.
Oh, you got extreme success? Cool. No, there's no change.
I rolled a 24. That is a hard success. Oh, no, it's not. It's a couple points off.
You're fairly certain that nothing has changed and there's been nobody here except for, of course, the servants themselves.
Right.
In the last 24 hours or so since it was last cleaned.
Okay.
Probably less than 24 hours, but you know what I mean. Yep. No strange footprints or any signs of, outside visitors. No drafts, no holes in the wall anywhere.
All right. Then I'm gonna just go
So-
take a walk outside. Along, I want to check out the grounds some more. I want to look around like the. I'm trying to bring it up here again. Oh god damn it! I keep clicking the wrong thing.
Yeah, it's a good steady snow now. Heavy flakes drifting down from the rolling darkness above. Even though it's morning time, it feels like late evening because the
Right.
cloud covering the sky.
Let's see. Well, what I want
Looks
to
like
check
late
out
evening,
is what's 3. I want to check out the gardens a little bit. Look at the pond. Look at the cemetery.
Mhm.
Just walk through there for a little, maybe like until I get uncomfortable, and then go back in.
Sure.
Trying to think of something else.
Despite the snow, you'll see the gardener out doing bits of work and stuff around the grounds.
Sure.
What was his name again?
Was he interviewed
Bixby?
Yes, he
last
was.
night?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
His name was not Bixby, but Gerald Smith.
Gerald Smith. I have that written down, but I didn't put a note by him. Okay, guard.
Grizzled old man, gnarled hands. Very rarely ever comes into the manor because he's got his own shack out here.
Right.
He takes his meals in the kitchen, but he's generally pretty shy around people. He doesn't really go out of the way to make himself known to you or anything. He just carries on doing his thing.
I'm gonna go talk to him. Lay on the charm and ask him what he thinks about all the goings on.
Good morning, sir. Well, I don't really know much what to make of it. Lady Allingham is convinced that her dead husband is haunting the family home. Well, then that's as good a reason as any for me, I guess. I'm inclined to believe her.
I see. You haven't seen anything yourself, though, have you?
Oh, no.
Yeah. I'm not sure what to believe now.
If the good Lord William has seen fit to haunt the family home, he hasn't seen fit to come and visit me out in my little shed.
Were you close to the Lord in any way? Did you ever speak much, or?
Oh, no. I'm not very close with anyone except maybe little Ursula. She's my little buddy.
Oh, yeah? She comes out to the garden often?
Oh, yes. She likes to come out and play when she's not busy with her lessons, when Josephine lets her off the hook now and then.
Oh, I see.
I tell her stories, and my children have long since grown up and moved out of the country and never knew any of my grandchildren, so I like to entertain her when she comes out to see me.
Oh, excellent. Anywhere in particular she likes to play?
Oh, she has the run of the place, being the...
Indeed. All the lands are her playground, then.
Indeed. Well, let's see. Yeah, she likes to play out here in the gardens, particularly. I try to keep her away from the pond over there.
Yes.
What with the history of their uncle and all.
Ah, yes. Smart man. Well,
likewise, I try to keep her away from the cemetery, too. It's just not really a place for children to play.
True.
It's more of a place for silent reverence, I suppose.
Indeed.
But definitely, yeah, the gardens all around here, it's I keep it pretty clean and pretty safe for her.
You do a smashing job of it, too. Well, I'll let you
I think
get back
sometimes she goes into the stables, too, and
Yeah.
gets under James's skin and likes to brush the horses and such.
Oh, interesting. All right. Well, I'll let you get back to your business then. I'm just having a wander around, trying to clear my head and see if I can't think of another, what they call the police periodicals, lead.
I take it you didn't find what you were looking for last night, then,
No. Oh, I did. Actually, I did.
with the interviews and all.
I found exactly what I thought I would find, and is that all of you are upstanding and a credit to your work.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. It's very kind of you.
Indeed. Well, I'll let you get back to it, and I will get back to lazing around and trying to justify my place here.
Indeed,
Okay,
sir. The weather is not looking like it's going to clean up any today. I'd say you won't be going anywhere for a day or two.
That does seem to be the case, doesn't it? Well, Christmas in the country doesn't sound like such a bad idea.
Indeed, sir. It's quite beautiful.
Good day to you. And I'll
The
wander
only
over
time
toward-
I'd ever consider the moors beautiful is when they're covered in snow.
Fascinating place it is. All right, so I
Okay.
will go check out the pond, check out the cemetery,
Sure.
check out the stables.
The pond is got a thin layer of ice on top.
Mhm.
You know, if you poke at it, it doesn't look like it's frozen completely solid or anything, but
Right.
you know, like
All right.
if someone were to go walking out on the ice, you think it'd be a very good chance that they would fall through.
Probably.
Mhm.
Check the cemetery. Anything odd there?
No.
Just a cemetery.
Again, just really, really still. Now everything's blanketed in snow. The snow piled up on top of the tombstones and everything too, and it looks even more serene than usual.
Is Lord William interred here yet?
Lord William. I'm trying to remember. Yes, he would be. He would be interred in the cemetery.
All right.
He's been dead a couple of weeks. I'm sure he is. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He's probably buried before you guys came out.
Right. Well, check out his tomb at least to see if there's been any defacing of it or anything.
No signs of anybody rising up through the earth or clawing their way back to the land of the living.
I hadn't expected that,
No, I know you
but
didn't.
I was wondering if there's any.
The imagination can wander.
Sure. I was wondering if there's any vandalism.
No,
Nothing. That's good.
no. There's like some little flowers that have been kind of like weaved together in a sense. You know how you do like dandelions and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it's placed on top of the headstone, and you can see the snow kind of is piled up on top of that, but it's still poking out a little bit there.
Brush the snow off of them and put them back.
Looks like something a child would make.
Okay. Well, I'll head back inside.
Okay.
I think I want to go and have an interview with the nanny and the child if they are free.
Oh yeah, she's having her morning lessons.
Then I will
You'll find them there.
tap politely on the door.
Yes, monsieur, please come in.
I don't want to disturb you too much, but once you're done with lessons, if I might have a chance to speak with you and Ursula. When you're done, of course. I don't want you to interrupt. Learning is important.
Yes, of course. We could speak to you in the afternoon. Say just before the lunch.
Very good. I look forward to it. And I will leave and go about lazing around, I guess, practicing sleight of hand and all that, and working on illusions.
Cool. Okay. What about you? Snow continues to fall.
Hello?
You got real quiet.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
That's weird. I haven't done anything.
Oh, it's good now.
Must be something to do with the internet, perhaps. I don't know. Okay. So, Mrs. Morrow, what are you doing with your day?
That's a very good question. I'm going to talk with the lady of the house about just sort of small talk with her to get her feeling, ask her how she felt the seance went, things like that. And I don't have anything in particular I can think of to do today. I'm gonna
Fine.
check. I'm gonna check to see if oh, never mind. Ruben was handling that. That's already dealt with. I'm gonna chill out.
Sure. Yeah, you can kick back in the library.
I'm gonna kick back in the library.
Absolutely. It's that kind of day. It's a good day for sitting in the library with the fire
Yeah.
roaring and watching the snow falling outside and building up. Okay. And Willem, you wake up around noon.
Okay. And I assume that the house hasn't burnt down, the child isn't stolen.
No, as far as you can tell, everything seems normal. People are milling about doing their daily stuff.
Okay. And
You're hungry as hell.
going to eat, but I check with everyone else and see if anything else is going. Did anything go on between 6 and 12, or how was their nights? I've just checked with all the other three.
Sure. Well, Ruben is sleeping. You don't know where. He's not in his room. Well, I don't know. Do you knock on his door and open his door? He might be. He's
I
asleep.
would knock on his door, and if he doesn't answer, I would just crack it open to make sure nothing happened to him.
He's not there.
Oh dear Lord, they took Reuben. Oh dear. Oh my. Oh dear. I'll raise the alarm later. And then I'll go to Alex and Oscar and check on them.
Seems pretty quiet.
Gerard is in the. Let's see, what room would that be? Gerard's in the parlor, practicing his violin.
Okay.
And Alice is in the library, relaxing and reading, sipping tea.
Well, I basically asked both of them, and all three of them, I guess. Any ideas of what our next move should be?
No clue.
You know,
I'm completely stumped at this point.
Yeah. I mean,
Gerard says, well, probably lunch in about an hour.
That would be good too. Did anyone notice any noises or anything throughout the night, or anything?
No, it was dead quiet.
Okay. Maybe whatever it was, it's gone now.
What about you, Oscar? Did you hear or see anything in the night?
Oh no, I slept quite well.
Perhaps
Everybody know where Ruben went?
I haven't seen him all day.
Yeah,
What's he doing? He looked awfully tired this morning. I saw him at breakfast.
Oh well. Anyway,
Probably squirreled himself away somewhere. Anybody care for a game of billiards?
after breakfast or lunch or whatever.
I'll play.
All right.
You know, there's a possibility that whatever it was, it's gone now. With the death of the last male heir of this family, it could just decided not to be part of it any. The curse might have broken.
Well, according to the old witch at the gypsy camp, it's only stalled until young Ursula, if she ever does, produces a male heir again. And then apparently she's gleefully happy that the whole cycle...
Well, wait a
whatever
minute. It
curse
depends
may
on what you're talking about. I mean, you're talking about the curse, but what about the haunting? Isn't that what we're here to investigate?
We're here to investigate the murder, as I thought.
Well,
Yes.
both, kind of.
Right. I mean, the haunting, again, I haven't, other than someone trying to break in, I haven't really saw any evidence of it. As for the murder...
Well, what about the chairs that were moved around and all that?
But could that be explained by someone just
And
being
trespassing? Somebody came into this house through Ursula's window the other night.
right? But there's no proof that is particularly supernatural.
And I'm fairly convinced it was none of the servants after the interrogation.
Well, it probably isn't supernatural, but it doesn't mean it's not a danger.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
And someone killed
Quite possibly related to,
How-
the murder of Sir William.
And he was,
Yeah.
stabbed and burned?
Right, but that could be it could be reasonably explained by somebody in the village. He was, after talking to the two laborers yesterday, he was not the most liked lord in the land.
We may just have to wait it out for a while until something else happens. I mean, Christmas is coming soon.
True.
Well, how long do we wait?
Well, we're here to solve a crime.
I
Well,
suppose as long as she is willing to keep paying us.
well, that's not really practical. Do we wait a month, 2 months, a year?
I don't know. I mean, I've only done a couple of these cases with you guys. What do you do in those kind of cases? Do you just keep
Dude.
working until the client stops paying you, or do you just tell the client at some point that you're no longer interested in the case?
Well, there's a point where sometimes you just can't solve a case. I mean, if it's let's just say there isn't a supernatural. I'm not saying there isn't. Let's just say, let me play Oscar for a minute and say there isn't a supernatural.
Raise an eyebrow.
No offense, Oscar, but you know what I mean. Let's, for instance, say it isn't supernatural. That what is the non-supernatural explanations for what we've seen? We can start with the murder of the Lord. what would why? Who would kill him and why?
Indeed, that is a good question. Would it be
Excuse
someone
me,
in the village?
excuse me, gentlemen. I do not wish to interrupt.
Yes.
I believe you wanted to speak to Ursula and myself.
Oh
Mr.
yes,
Bennet?
please come.
Right.
I'll be
We can.
back.
You're right. We can continue this
Oh.
this evening.
Indeed.
Where would you like to speak?
Someplace. Let's say. Oh boy, where is it in a second? Let's go to the. Why not in this someplace that the child would be comfortable? The schoolroom, do you think?
Sure.
All
Very
right.
well. That is where she is now. Let's go.
All right, head up there.
Okay. She walks upstairs with you. She'll sit down. Ursula's playing with some kind of toys. They're kind of on the floor of the schoolroom at the moment. You know, maybe some kind of like little wooden horse or something. You know.
Excellent. Well, I will go and sit on the floor with her.
She just kind of keeps playing. She looks up at you.
Hello, Ursula. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
So, I have some questions, and if you don't feel comfortable answering them, then please just ignore them and tell me that you'd rather not answer. Can you tell me about these dreams you've been having?
Which ones? You mean the dreams about the Burning Man?
Are there others?
I sometimes have dreams about Daddy.
What sort of dreams are those? Do you talk to him in them?
Yeah, I don't really remember very well. Holding his hand, walking, talking.
All right. And,
Mommy told me he's not coming home.
indeed.
Why?
Well, I look up at, what's her name again?
Josephine?
Josephine. I look up at her.
She's looking at you wide-eyed, waiting for your response.
Well, that's an interesting question. What do you know about what happened when he left?
I don't know very much. Nobody will tell me.
How old is this girl?
Is she 8? I want to say 8 or 9.
8 or 9.
Let's see. Ursula.
And no one's told her that he's dead? How cruel. I'm not gonna... The mother doesn't want to tell her yet, then. I don't know that I should be the one to
Yeah,
break
she's
it.
8.
But she's 8 years old.
Mhm.
She doesn't understand death.
Beautiful child, blonde hair, blue eyes. Only child. No playmates her own age.
So she's pretty much all alone in this house with no one who she can relate to on a personal level.
Oh, it says here she doesn't really understand her father's death. She just asks occasionally when he'll be coming home. So they have tried to mention to her that he's dead, but she's not
Okay.
really accepting of it. Josephine would probably say that. I apologize. Josephine would say, "We have tried to explain it to her, monsieur, but she doesn't seem willing to accept it."
I see. Ursula, have you ever had a pet?
A pet? Oh, yeah, I have many. Have you been to the stables?
I have. There's some fine
James
horses.
takes care of all the horses.
And any others?
No,
No.
you don't think that I have enough horses? Do you think? Do you think there's more pets I should have? Better pets?
Well, that's not for me to say, but I'm just trying to... Well, regardless.
Like what? Like from the animals book that Josephine shows me?
Oh, I don't know if you'd want to...
I want a tiger.
Oh, I have seen a tiger. I was in India. They're very big and very
far
dangerous.
away from here?
It is very far.
The next time you go, will you bring me a tiger?
Well, I don't think that would be a very wise decision. They would not do well in this country. They are creatures of the jungle. They need it hot and rainy.
What other kind
Plants
of
so
animals do they have in India?
Oh, they have elephants and
I don't want one of
monkeys.
those.
Mm.
They look stupid.
They're very smart, though. They never forget.
No, their ears are too big and their nose is too long.
But their noses are very dexterous.
A monkey could be cool. That'd be almost like having a friend to play with. They're very much like people. Will you bring me a monkey?
Well, think about it. They're not the type of animal that would do well here either. But I believe they may have some at the Royal Menagerie in London, if you ever get the chance to head there.
Hmm.
Perhaps someday you and your mother will be able to make a trip to the city. And then you'll see all sorts of exotic animals that are being kept.
And maybe we never go anywhere.
Hmm. Why?
I used to go to the village with Daddy, but Mommy, she never takes me there.
I see. Is there any place in the village that you liked in particular?
No, not really. It's pretty boring.
Yeah, I can bet. So, this dream of this man, you say, the Burning Man? What sort of dreams are they?
It's scary. I just remember I when I see the man, he's standing over me and he's burning. He's on fire and his skin's all black but the eyes are still mostly white.
Does he speak to you?
No, and I always wake up pretty quickly after I see him because it's so scary.
What does he do other than look at you? Does he gesture?
He like reaches towards me.
That can be scary, especially for someone on fire. Have you ever heard any stories about a man like that before, other than in your dream?
No.
No. How many times do you think you've had this dream? When did they start?
Oh, I don't know. Shortly after Daddy left. Maybe 5 times.
Oh my, that's quite a bit. Boy, I'm trying to think of anything else. I don't know what.
Mommy says that I walk in my sleep too sometimes.
Oh.
Mm.
Do you ever wake up someplace other than in bed?
Yeah.
When's the last time that happened?
I don't know. At least 5 days ago.
Was that before we came here, Ian?
Yes. You've been here 3 days now?
3 days. Okay.
You got here on the 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st. This is maybe your 4th day.
Okay. Oh, it's just before we got here. Huh. I've heard that's kind of common in kids to walk in their sleep. You grow out of it eventually. What's your favorite color, Ursula?
My favorite color is orange.
Orange?
Mm-hmm.
How come?
We had oranges once.
Mm.
Daddy brought some back from the village. Said that some traders had brought them or something.
Oh, those are good, aren't they?
It was the nicest thing I ever ate.
Did you ever read any books about fairies? What do you think about them?
Fairies?
Have you ever seen one?
No.
Maybe playing in the garden?
What's a fairy? She looks over at Ursula. Ursula's like, no, we don't We don't let her read those kind of books.
Oh, I understand.
Don't think the superstitions are good for such a young child.
That's very admirable.
And given the way things have been the last couple of weeks, I think it's the right decision.
I agree.
Do you?
Of course, logic is always better than filling someone's head with nonsense. What's your favorite subject to study?
My favorite subject?
Hmm.
Mm, I like music,
Oh,
and the poems are nice too. Josephine
excellent.
showed me some nice poems. That's how I learned to read, was learning from poems.
Okay.
She
What
says
about
yes, the rhymes really help her to memorize the words and then associate the letters with them.
excellent? That's a clever idea. What about math?
Now I don't like it. We
Mm,
were fighting about that earlier. Josephine says yes, yes, and you still have to do much work on that.
math's rather important. It's probably the most important thing you could learn.
Why?
Well, you can do anything with math.
Even more important than music?
Music is based off of math.
What?
Well, think about it.
No, it's not. That doesn't make any sense.
Of course it does. Think of rhythm, the timing of it. That's like the voice of math.
If you say so.
You can break down any piece of music and describe it in numbers. It's also important for making sure that you're not being cheated. Like here, and then I'm going to do like a.
Cheated?
Indeed. Like
What
here,
does
I'll
that
show
mean?
you. And I'll do a coin trick for her where I have like 4 coins. And then, you like lay them out. And so you say you have 4 coins, and I pick them up in one hand and like do a thing where, boy, it's hard to describe it without actually having seen it done. But you basically like you're making like motions where like you have coins in one hand and then suddenly the coin is in the other, and then suddenly you're
Mhm.
down to like 1 coin, and then you have 4 coins.
Sure, you're moving your hands about, moving the
Right.
coins from hand to hand. In theory.
Without like
Yeah,
looking like they're being moved from hand to
Yeah.
hand,
I know what you're talking about.
looking like they're here, and then suddenly they're over there, and like there's like a pile of 3 coins here, and then I put one in her hand, and I do some stuff and have her open her hand, and there is no coin there. She just thought she had one in there, kind of
Okay.
stuff like that. That's all. That's all cheating,
Whoa, wait, you do magic,
indeed.
and magic is cheating,
Of course.
so it's good.
Yes and no. It's entertaining. But let's say you're trying to purchase something, and the merchant you're trying to purchase something from was doing odd things with numbers like I just did with those coins. Without math, well, you wouldn't know if you were paying 1 coin for something or 10. And you may walk away thinking you'd made a great deal, and he robbed you blind. That's bad cheating.
I guess if you say so.
Well, you'll probably understand later on. Is there any place in the house that you feel uncomfortable?
Why do adults always say that?
Because it's true.
You'll understand when you get older.
It's very
Oh.
true. You just need more years behind you.
Hmm.
Is there any place in the house that you feel uncomfortable?
No.
No? All right. How do you
No,
get
this
along with
is
the
my
servants?
house.
Yeah. You get along with the servants well?
Yeah, I'm the only one that can go up into their attic. That's not a servant. Mommy
Fascinating.
doesn't go up there. Even Ursula doesn't. Or sorry, she's Ursula. Even Josephine doesn't go up there. She thinks she's better than the other servants. She whispers to you.
I give her a wink.
It's because she speaks French.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't hold it against her if you could, if you should. If I were you, that's what I'm trying to say. Well, I can't think of anything else, but I had fun speaking with you. I can show you more tricks later if you like. But remember,
Okay.
they are all tricks. The secret of magic is it's all a lie. I give her a
Right.
wink.
Magic is a lie, and
But
it's
it's-
cheating,
It
and
is.
it's not good.
Oh, well, yeah.
But it's
I'm trying to-
entertaining.
It is entertaining. They make quite a living that way.
I think I understand.
Kind of.
You've convinced this girl that entertainers are all cheats and bad people. Congratulations. Not just kidding.
Excellent. But then again, so she says that, like, but then again, so is a play. Have you ever seen a play?
A play? And Josephine says, yes, you like the puppet shows I do for you. Oh, yes, I like those. They're fun.
See? That's all illusion as well, but it's fun. So not all entertainment
Imagination.
is imagination is important.
Mm-hmm.
It's why we are how we are today.
If you say so.
Well,
she
think
says
of
again.
think of how people lived 500 years ago. This would be beyond their understanding. The way we live today, they would think they'd gone to a whole new world. Heck, think of what it might be like in 50 years from now. The world's changing quickly. It's all because of human imagination. And then a lot of it is because of math. Anyways, I'll let you get back to your play. Thank you for talking. And yeah, I'll show you more tricks later if you like.
Okay.
I didn't learn anything.
As you walk out, you hear her say to Josephine, I didn't know that someone who could do magic could say so much boring stuff.
What a little brat. This is why Oscar doesn't have kids.
You hear Josephine laugh. And it's lunchtime. So if everybody who's awake wants to, they can go down to the dining room and have lunch.
Yeah, I'll relay to the rest that I didn't learn bupkis from the kid. Other than she's had 5 dreams and she sleepwalks.
Well, welcome to the club, my friend.
Yeah,
This is turning into be a very, very difficult case.
indeed. If I knew more of the investigator's method, I might have more ideas for you, but I've pretty much exhausted everything that I can remember from reading stories in the papers and the detective periodicals.
Well, as I say, my greatest fear in this case is that it's simply a case of it's just simply a case of the village. Someone in the village killed the Lord, and there could be any number of reasons for the unusual break-ins.
I think we need to investigate the village more.
I think that maybe if we can all combine our resources and, like you said, investigate the village, and then perhaps take another visit to the gypsy camp.
Well, you can count me out on that. I think I've burned any bridge I might have there.
Oh, what happened?
I told an old witch that she's an old witch to her face.
well, well. Once you see one, you know one.
It's true, he did. I was there.
Yeah. Well, perhaps not. Then, but the village is definitely.
Well, the way that snow is falling and building up out there, I don't think we're going anywhere today.
I take a look out.
Reuben.
I took a.
You must be sleeping somewhere.
I take a look outside, where the snow is coming down. Does it really does it really look like we're going to be snowed in?
Yeah, it's by this point in time it's turning into a snowstorm.
Huh. Interesting.
It's still pretty tame at the moment, but you can see the clouds. They don't look promising.
Interesting. So if we're going to do any more investigation, we've got to do this outside of this mansion. We better do it as quickly as possible.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So what do you propose we go to the village now or try to make it out to the gypsy camp in this weather?
How deep is it right now?
Yeah. Maybe
What
5
exactly
or
is
6
it that
inches.
what exactly is it that you think that we're going to find? Because we have already been to the village and we have already been to the gypsy camp.
Well, I think maybe there was something overlooked.
Well, I mean, could it hurt for us just to spend one day relaxing out here at the manor?
Of course
Maybe
not.
tomorrow the weather will be better. And it's already after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's gonna be dark in a few hours.
It was only a suggestion. But
Sometimes I think you work too hard, Soren.
well, I look at it as we're in a battle against the enemy. And if you rest or take it easy, your enemy may not.
I think it's because you're Prussian.
Yes, and that too. I thought that would go without saying.
Well,
But
I don't
if
think
it-
we should go anywhere at least until Ruben turns back up.
Yeah, it's perhaps the best. But as I was saying before, we have to really start thinking about if we don't find when is our cutoff time here. If we don't find anything within, let's say, the next week or so.
Well, this is only day 4.
Right.
Give it a few more days. Who knows? Maybe she'll cut us loose by Christmas. We can go home Christmas Eve or something.
Well, I mean, again, it is what it is. But I do believe that unless something happen within a week, we may just be spinning our wheels, and the murderer may be gone by now.
Tell you what,
Maybe.
I know that Ruben was up all night, so I haven't wanted to disturb him, but we should probably try and figure out where he is. I know last night he was out in the stables. Does somebody want to come with me to look for him?
I'll go with you, Gerard says.
All right. Then
Maybe somebody else should search the house.
Sure.
I'll search the house.
And I will eat brunch.
You'll eat what?
Brunch.
Brunch.
Oh, well, lunch has been served. This is.
Oh,
I assumed
lunch.
you were talking after lunch or during
Oh.
lunch.
He's going to have tea.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna have an extra lunch.
Yeah, third lunch.
Lunch followed by cake and tea and.
Yes. Second
Okay.
lunch.
Mhm.
Third C's. We're gonna have third C's.
Okay, cool.
So we bundle
So
and go out to check the stables.
yeah, you'll see Mackenzie's out there.
Mackenzie, good to see you again. Have you seen Ruben?
Oh, not since last night when I ran into the two of you.
Yes. So he's not about the stables anywhere.
No, he had. Well, you did some number on that corner stone over there. Look, it hasn't been so clean in years. Probably not since I got here.
Yes,
But,
yes.
no
well, we
sign of
did our
him.
best.
He was gone
Alright.
by the time I came out here after breakfast.
Ah. All right. Well, thank you. I look in the snow for footprints.
Okay,
See if he's gone somewhere else.
No.
All right.
Inside. Yeah. Where do you look?
Well, I don't
Name's
look
Oscar.
for
Inside
Oh,
while we're
gotcha.
out at the stables.
I will start on the first floor and just, check the unused rooms.
Okay. Well, is there unused rooms on the first floor?
15.
That's the ground floor. Sorry.
Oh, ground floor. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
meant.
Yeah. Okay. Nope. Not in the unused rooms. Not in the parlor. Not in the billiard room. Not in the trophy room.
I'm going to stay out of the kitchen. And so, you know what? I'll go and check the dining room, library, chapel.
There he is in the chapel,
Ah.
snoring away on a pew.
All right. Well, I'll leave them be and head out towards the stables and try and catch them before they get too far. Well, they probably already got there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Probably catch them as they're coming back from the stables or
Yep.
as they're looking around for footprints outside the stables.
I'll wave when I see them. Oh, I found him.
Oh, good, good. Everything all right?
Yeah, he is passed out in the chapel.
Ah, all right. Well, then we'll leave him be to be passed out.
Indeed. I left him in his pew.
Huh. He never struck me as a religious sort.
I think he's just looking for someplace quiet to sleep.
Indeed.
Isn't that where they keep some of the old dead members of the family?
Generally, yes.
Gerard shrugs. Well, I guess it would be peaceful.
Unless
Okay.
they come back to life.
If you want, the rest of you can go in and have cakes and tea and
Cake and tea.
until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Reuben will finally wake from his slumber. Reuben, you awake on your own, unaccosted, having slept quite well. Might have a little bit of a stiff back, just because the pew is not the softest, but
Fair enough. He will go and make himself available of whatever food is available.
yeah, well, you'll find the others. I'll probably still sitting in the dining room having tea and whatever, coffee. Or yeah, there might be some coffee going around too. Cakes. I imagine maybe there's a couple books around. People,
So
just
my
kind of lounging.
experiment,
If you look out the window from the dining room out into the out towards the where does that look out to? That's just out to the front driveway, I guess, of the house. There's a lot of snow on the ground, and it's still coming down in big, heavy flakes.
oh, wait a second.
What?
It's July.
No, it's December.
I thought it was July.
It's December
December
21st.
December 20th. I was flipping pages. Sorry.
You're looking at the wrong notes.
I was like, oh my God, it's snowing in July. That's the problem.
That would be really weird. I
That
think
was a really
somebody else
weird-
would have noticed by now. But
That's
yeah,
a really weird dream.
it was a weird dream.
So
Are you
I
feeling okay, Reuben? Maybe you
I
should have found a better place to sleep than in the chapel. Something wrong with your bed?
No, I was just trying to get the vibes. So I suspect that the weather might have something to do with this. Is this a typical pattern of weather based upon your experience of living here? Does it typically snow this hard in December, or is it usually lighter?
Who are you asking?
Whoever I can speak to.
Gerard, Wilhelm.
I would ask
Yeah,
somebody that actually lives here.
Well, I don't think that snow is unusual in December.
Yeah,
Eh,
it's
might be
almost
for the
Christmas.
Yeah, it might be for the area. I was just
No, it's
something happened.
You get hold of Howard. Why not? Because you love him so much, Howard. No, sir. It snows quite often in December. Nothing unusual at all about it. Does it
In
not
the
snow in London?
And it doesn't snow white. It has a gray snow. Anyway, in the past couple of weeks when they've had the troubles at night with Miss Ursula and the nightmares and so forth, was it heavily snowing or was it light to none?
This is the most snow we've had so far this year.
Hmm.
It might have
Curious,
snowed lightly, but nothing that had stuck like this yet.
curious. And my experiment was a bit of a bust. I assume there was nothing untold happened here last night in the house.
Not that I am aware of, sir.
Ursula,
May I return to my own personal duties, or would you like me to remain here for a second interrogation, sir?
well, now that you mention it, the chapel was a bit dusty.
Jesus.
I will see to it that it gets cleaned immediately, sir. he
You are
walks
a
away.
stalwart man. Thank you.
He walks out of the room.
Is where is little Ursula? To whoever's in the room.
I don't know, Gerard says. She was here at lunchtime a couple hours ago.
Any sort of
Didn't you talk to her earlier, Oscar?
I did. Her and Josephine were in the schoolroom when last I left them.
Well, last time you saw them was after that down here at lunch, but in the dining room.
Oh.
But yeah, because that was right before lunch.
Ah, right. Okay.
Well, whatever you
Or-
can find that's sweeties related, cookies, cakes, fruit, whatever he's got.
Yeah, there's cookies and biscuits and cakes, sweet cakes, and
He'll take a small sampling of those on a plate and head towards.
Josephine walks into the dining room.
Well, Josephine. Great. Okay.
Excuse me, I'm very sorry to disturb you, but have you seen Ursula?
When was the last time you saw her?
Oh, just after lunch, maybe a couple hours ago. She asked me if she could go out and play in the snow.
Ah, all right. Well, I'll head and see if I can find her.
Into the snow it is. Yep. I
Put
am
on my
going
coat.
also.
Head to the garden.
I guess it will be a party.
I will head to the barn.
I'm going to go and see if I can find Mr. Smith.
She will go with you.
Okay.
I'll
So-
go with you.
We're partying up at this point, I guess. Yeah, everybody's going together.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, possibly. Ruben's going to go towards the barn because she likes horses.
Perhaps someone should search inside as well. She may just have found a quiet place to take a nap.
Well, you are, as her caretaker, would know these hidey holes better than us. Perhaps you should look in the house.
Very well. Perhaps we should not say anything to Lady Ellingham about this at the moment. No, unless the need arises. She is already under too much strain.
I just
Oui.
keep walking.
Okay.
Indeed.
She goes and starts to look around the house.
Where did you see her? Where did you see her last outside?
Well, I did not see her outside. I went to the library to read.
Where does she normally go outside to play?
Well, the gardens is her favorite place. She is friends with the gardener, Monsieur Gerald.
Okay. We should start at the garden and work our way.
Okay.
I was already heading that way.
So you go out. Yeah, you're going out to the gardener's shed, the gardener's cottage, I take it? You don't see her anywhere around the yard. Around the garden.
Head to the shed.
Okay. Yep, you'll find Gerald there in his cottage, fussing over some potted seedling.
While I'm outside and headed to it, I'm also calling her name out too. I'm just Ursula.
Okay.
Mr. Smith.
With the nice fine powder, there's no footprints or anything.
Oh, it's more than the fine powder, man. You're closing on 12 inches of snow on the ground now.
A small girl would leave a trail through the snow.
Pull my map again here. So you're looking around the gardens at the moment. Not where you are right now. No, you don't see anything.
Fine.
Where were you going, Zorn? You're calling out.
I'm heading towards the garden, but I am calling out her name.
You're in the garden. So.
Okay. looking around for tracks,
Okay.
or some evidence where she might be playing at.
Okay, one at a time. So first we'll go to Oscar, who's in the gardener's shed.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
have you seen
What can I
Ursula
do
this
for you?
afternoon?
Saw her maybe an hour ago. Yes, she was playing down by the pond with another child. I believe it was one of those gypsy children.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. I will. If you happen to see her, please tell her to head inside. The nanny is looking for her. I don't know if there's afternoon lessons or whatnot, but
Oh, yes, of course I will.
thank you. And I'll head towards the pond.
Okay,
And
as
I'll-
you're looking around Zorn, give me a spot hidden roll.
Okay. 18, made it.
Okay, yep. So before he comes out of the gardener shed, you have found some tracks, and you found two sets of tracks over by the pond.
Okay.
One set looks to be is pretty obviously you would guess Ursula's, small child-sized booted. The other is barefoot, but the same size as hers.
Oh crap! I go over here now, loudly, as I'm following the tracks. I scream out loudly, with urgency.
What have you found?
I found her tracks, but I also found barefoot children tracks right next to them. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Sits within Ruben's sound, or is he on the other side of town?
No. You're all around the gardens. You can all hear it. In fact,
And
some
I'm-
people inside the house are probably even hearing it. The
Yeah, I'm
gardener's
speaking
coming out of
very-
the shed, and
Right. I'm speaking very
James
loudly.
is coming out of the stables.
Yeah, I'm
He will
speaking
make
very
his
loudly.
way there. Too sweet.
Yeah, the tracks head off east southeast.
I scream back to the stable. Get the sled ready.
What?
You heard me. Now,
What's going on?
get the sled ready.
He runs back inside then.
I will follow the Zorn.
I'm moving as quickly as possible, following the trail.
Okay. It's you're trekking through the snow, heading east, southeast. The gardener is running. He's like, "What's going on? What's going on? Is it Ursula?
Yes,
What has happened?
she may have been taken.
Taken? The gypsies." He turns and starts running towards the house.
Okay, I'm still
How
booking.
can I be so stupid? Thought it was just harmless playing. I didn't think they would kidnap her.
Man, grab my shotgun and my weapons. Meet me down the trail.
Who are you talking to?
To the gardener who's running back to the.
Oh, he doesn't respond. He's moving away from you,
All right.
yelling at himself, not even listening to you.
Okay.
But you do realize now, you don't have any weapons.
I would have my revolver, but I wouldn't have my shotgun. I wouldn't have took my
Okay,
shotgun.
fair
Yeah, I wouldn't have took my shotgun to look for the little girl right off the bat. But I would probably have my revolver in my holster.
You can hear shouting now coming from the house as he's shouting, and some people are standing in the doorway or shouting back, and
Like I said, trying to follow the trail.
okay, yeah, you can keep following. How far are you going to follow it?
Till I find Ursula.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's going to take a while for the sleigh to be ready. You'll be well out of sight probably of the hall by then.
I cannot let this little girl get hurt.
Okay, no problem. You keep heading. What is everybody else? Is everybody else going with him?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. You guys, you're trekking after following the trail as best you can, slogging through the snow for probably nearly an hour. Not moving very fast, mind you, because of the terrain, the snow, etc. Say 45 minutes or so anyway. And you find a piece of you find a wintry cloak. Like a little girl's
Like
winter
child
cloak.
size? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Pick that up.
Damn it!
Examine it.
Okay.
Is there like any stains on it or anything?
No.
Okay, good.
How can I be?
Another like Another 30, 40 feet on further, you find a boot. And then another one.
That's no good.
Zorn would have a slight breakdown a little bit.
And you hear the sound of bells coming from behind you in
Mm.
the distance on the wind, working down the hill.
Okay.
I'll whistle for it.
Glance back, and you can see the sleigh is on its way, being pulled by these horses. It's not moving super fast either, given the weather.
Right.
It's
They
moving
can't-
faster than us.
Yeah.
Mhm. Beyond the second boot, a little further on, you find what looks like Ursula's dress.
What?
Her
Yeah.
dress.
Yeah,
Zorn is not in a good position, good mood now.
You'll find her leggings, a hat, the winter hat that she would have been wearing. And you'll find her undergarments as James comes pulling up in the sleigh.
Hmm.
He says, "What's going on?" He says, "The house is in an uproar.
Follow these
A
tracks
group of
now.
servants have marched off towards the village and looking for help."
Follow these tracks now.
Yeah, climb up into the sleigh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'd like you all to roll Constitution rolls too, please.
Great.
Sure. And please tell me you brought my weapons.
Because the only people that were bundled up for winter, I believe, were Mrs. Morrow and Gerard.
I was bundled up. I had to put,
Yeah.
I had to put my coat on.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't have walked out without putting my coat on outside.
But I
Oh,
passed
you
my
have a coat on, yeah, but you're not bundled up for extreme.
Right.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair
I
enough.
passed easily.
Yeah, I passed, but yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
Yep.
Regular
You're
path.
cold. You're cold. You can't really feel your legs. From especially from the knees down, trudging through the snow. But
I'm obsessive now, so I can't feel anything.
that's good. And you left all your big guns behind too.
Yeah, so you know he must have felt the sanity check.
I'm happy. Mm-hmm. So you go all bundled up into the sleigh, and let's see who has the lowest luck.
Me?
This would be a group luck roll. So roll it, Joe.
I hate
Group
you.
luck roll. You always have the player with the lowest luck roll.
I hate you.
Hey man, how do you
You
think
know-
the rest of the party
you know
feels
what?
about you right now?
You know what? I actually made a good roll. I made a 23, which is a great roll.
Which
You
would
can't
be
spend
good
luck
if
on a luck
it
roll.
Wasn't yeah.
Yeah, if I didn't have a 4 luck.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, James did not have the foresight or the time to grab a bunch of extra winter blankets and pile into the back of the sleigh. There's probably like a couple, but not enough for everybody.
At least enough for
Unless-
Ruben. Is that what you're saying?
You could all bundle up together, I suppose, and get real close. And there's only 4 of you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
There is room. Let me see here for the sleigh. I believe the sleigh has room for. It says it here somewhere. I think it's for up to 6 adult passengers plus himself. So, yeah, there's plenty of room in
Plenty.
there with the 4 of you, and that's just comfortably. I mean, you could still overburden it too. And so he says, okay, so we follow this trail, and as you're going to go on, you see that there are other trails of barefoot footprints that join this trail from off the side.
Do they seem to come from a particular direction, or I don't know, something crazy like starting right out of a tree or something like that?
Nope.
Which way are we headed?
You're headed kind of southeast, and snow is falling even heavier now.
Towards town.
Towards the tour.
No, you are. Let's see here.
We're heading towards
from
Eagle
Hall.
Tor.
At the moment, you're heading straight towards Darkmere,
Darkmere.
Okay.
and where the gypsy camp would be, and all that.
Also, they're heading towards the gypsies?
Looks like it's the direction you're headed.
Okay. That's not cool.
This is interesting.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Well, the gardener did tell you he thought it was a gypsy child she was playing with.
I I would not say no.
Yeah, but gypsies being what they are, they can't walk around in the snow barefoot, so clearly they're not gypsies.
Yeah, I'm not thinking they're gypsies. I'm just.
I'm thinking.
Let's see. I need track rolls. Anybody has a track skill?
I'm looking.
We all have.
If James has it. So otherwise you're going to lose the tracks from all the
my
snow's
track-
falling so heavily now.
My tracking is quite high. It's a 10. Plus
Mhm.
whatever I can throw luck at.
James does not have track, unfortunately.
Yes, 10.
Okay. Did anybody pass?
Nope.
Oh,
Okay,
why
you've
did-
lost the trail. The snow is too heavy now, and
oh, I'm rolling.
wind
Stand
blowing.
by. Okay, I didn't pass.
Yeah, you've lost the trail.
Hold on. I rolled a 36 over 10. I would need to spend 26 lucks to keep it. Right?
Ooh, yeah.
Don't die with luck.
He's not gonna die. The girl might die, but is Ursula worth 26 luck points to you?
Yes, I'm spending 26 luck.
Okay, then you
This is
managed
a
to pick
child.
back up the tracks, but he's gonna have to drive slower so you can continue to.
Is it
It's
still
hard to
faster
find
than a child walking?
No, well, maybe. Yeah, probably. It's not
Okay.
very fast. So I mean, the horses are basically just kind of walking more than because horses walk faster than children walk. So yeah.
Yeah. So, the best we can do.
On the bright side, you find no sign of blood on any of the clothes that you'd found or anything.
hmm
No.
That's
Were
not
they-
really a bright side.
Were they
by the way.
torn
guessing-
off, or were
looking,
they taken?
looking. Now, like all the tracks are barefoot because obviously you found Ursula's boots a while ago.
Here's a question: are the clothes torn, or are they deliberately taken off?
Yeah, the dress is torn a bit. So is the undergarments.
Okay. Gross.
Mhm.
Ruben is not going to do what he's going to say with the undergarments. So let's be clear. With the dress, he's going to smell it and see if it has any kind of weird smell. Skunk or
No,
something like that. Okay. Good.
I don't think so. I don't know what you're smelling for, but
I was just
Smelling for beast.
Yeah, I was seeing if it was an animal or something.
Mm,
Musky, like an animal.
gotcha. No. So you keep going for a couple more miles, and it's kind of leading a little bit to the right of the dark mirror, to the south, if you will, and away from where the gypsy camp actually is.
Is it heading to where the stone is?
No, that would
You
be
said
north.
southeast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
very
Is
good.
it headed toward Eagle Tour? Because we
Here's
were
a-
just there.
It would
Quick-
seem to be, yes.
Quick
Yeah,
mechanic
we were
question:
just in Eagle Tour.
Hold on. One person at a time. What's up, Merrick?
do you check mark a skill that you spent luck to pass?
No.
Okay.
When you spend luck to pass, you don't get to do that.
Okay.
It has to be a natural pass.
Track.
So, as you kind of rise over the hill that's like above where the gypsy camp would be down on your left. I'd like you all to make listen rolls, please.
Listen, roll
Yeah. Made it.
You hear the
27.
sounds of voices raised in anger coming from the gypsy camp.
Of course.
This way.
If you look in that direction, you'll see many looks like torch lights. It is definitely getting dark now. It's that twilight hour again, and the sun is about to set soon.
We need to go to the gypsy camp.
All right, go! And he slaps the reins, and the horses turn. And he turns the sleigh, heading down towards the gypsy camp. Come down here, stupid! You see, her dominance game is still working because I just went and picked her up off the toy cabinet. You silly Billy. So, as you are kind of pulling toward or approaching the camp, you can hear the voices, and you can see now the gypsies are on one side. Some of them holding their clubs and knives. On the other side, holding the torches and other various improvised
this-
weapons. There are many of the villagers.
So this
And they're
whole
shouting.
town is about to get cursed by the gypsies. Just Just so we're
the
all
villagers are
aware.
shouting at the gypsies, accusing them of murder, and saying, "We want our children back." You'll
Children.
see Reuben's mother amongst the gypsies there. Not Reuben, your Reuben, but Reuben Petalengro. They're sobbing, trying to be comforted by other members of her family as well, of the gypsies. You don't see Reuben anywhere. And the gypsies are shouting back saying, "No, you've taken one of our children." And definitely violence is about to occur, as Alice has just pointed out. And James says, "What should we do?"
Drive in the middle.
Ah! Starts driving the sleigh in, sleigh bells ringing away. So Christmassy, eh? And all of a sudden, it kind of draws everybody's attention towards the sleigh momentarily as you come pulling in.
Somebody want to make a motivational speech?
The villagers saying, "Hey, they've taken 4 of our children from the village, and they murdered all the laborers at the outsider's house." The gypsy's like, "They've taken one of our children.
The
Reuben is
outsider's
gone.
house?
They've taken Reuben Petalengro. We know they hate gypsies. They would do anything to hurt us,
All right.
get rid of us."
We found footprints in the snow that were bare and childlike. That can't be gypsies or people from the town. So it has to be something else. We should work together.
And all the villagers and gypsies kind of quail a bit, murmuring, and all start making signs of like cross, the evil eye, things of that sort. You hear things mentioned such as the little people, the shining ones, them from the hollow hills. And one of the villagers says, "I found this knife amongst the bodies of the laborer families," and he holds up a knife to you. Whoever said that? Who was it that said that footprints? Oh, Reuben.
Reuben, yeah.
Do I recognize the
What do
knife?
you make of this? Well, do you have history or archaeology? Archaeology?
Apology.
Archaeology. Do you have history or
I
archaeology?
actually have historical archaeology.
Historical archaeology. Perfect.
I have archaeology, and this is his thing, you know. He has high archaeology, and occult is extremely high. And what was the other one you asked for?
History or archaeology, either one.
History.
Roll.
He's got equally higher
Just roll.
archaeology and history. Okay, stand by.
Tell me if you pass.
Rolling. I don't need to look. I got a 26.
Okay. So the knife is made of stone. It doesn't look very old, as far as like the age of the stone itself. It looks to be in pretty good shape. It doesn't look aged. However, the design of it is identical to some that have been found in Neolithic tombs from about 5,000 years ago.
So it's like a flint knapped stone.
Something like that, yeah.
Is it bloody?
Oh, it's very bloody, yeah. He says, "We found that in the outsiders' cabins. They've all been murdered."
Outsiders' cabins?
Yes, the laborers that have been brought in by Lord Allingham
Oh,
Like
to knock down the stone in Hobbsfield.
yes.
Like-
They're
Like
all
the-
dead.
like the 2 guys that we hired yesterday.
Right.
Yes, them and the rest of their families. And so immediately everybody's like villagers and gypsies alike start getting ready, saying, "Well, you know, you guys seem to know what you're doing. Where are we going? Where are the footprints? We must follow them."
Listen to me. These hill demons have taken your children for ungodly acts. Who among you are brave enough to come with us and to stop them?
Pretty much all of them.
Grab your weapons. Grab. If you have guns, get them. Lights. Fire.
Where's Oscar?
He's trying to get back on.
I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not looking at that screen. You have to tell me when that happens.
I just gave him the link.
Yeah, I tried. I sent like you and the team, and I said in the chat.
Yeah, I've got PDFs and all kinds of images
Okay,
and stuff
so-
up here, maps. So
To reel back a couple of seconds here before we got actually into the camp, where did the tracks lead that we were following?
oh geez, that's more than a couple seconds ago. They continued off east, kind of southeast.
Okay,
Towards the Eagle Tour.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Well,
That's
come
what
on.
you
Did
wanted
you
to
hear
know.
everything that happened here in the camp?
Yeah, I just accidentally clicked camera instead of mute and unmute, and I got knocked off when that happened. That's what happened the first time too,
So let's head to the tracks. Let's follow the tracks.
right?
Who has guns?
None
have
of them
my
have
revolver.
guns.
No, I mean, I'm saying this to the villagers and the gypsies.
No, none of them have guns.
This way.
Like the
And we
gypsies have
turn
clubs and knives. The villagers have torches and maybe a couple pitchforks.
How many we're talking about here?
Well, there are 27 gypsies in the camp. Well, 26 now. And we'll make it 25 because the old woman's definitely not coming
Right.
along.
Right.
So about 25 of them. How many villagers?
Where's the standing stone in relation to us?
Look at your map of the moors.
I'm looking.
It's the opposite direction.
You are currently over by the Darkmere. The standing stone
Right.
is up in Hobbs Field.
Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you.
Opposite direction of where the tracks are going.
Follow us. We're gonna follow the trail.
Well, wait a minute. How many villagers did we say we had?
What does it matter?
Oh
It
wait,
does.
no, I'm sorry. Some of the
Because-
villagers, some of the villagers do have shotguns. Some of them have sides.
It does matter. It's the difference between 3 villagers and 50. It makes a big difference.
Definitely not 50. How many actually lived in the village? What was the population of
Call
it?
it 25.
Yeah, 25 sounds good. So 25 on each side. 25 villagers, 25 gypsies.
Okay, that makes a big difference in if we have
Anyway.
to face something. So
Can
there
we
you
get
go.
on with this? Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Follow
All right.
us. We had tracks that we were following, and it leads this way.
Okay, so you continue on moving on, and as you are kind of heading in that direction, you can see a faint light atop Eagle Tor as it's getting darker and darker as the sun is basically set and the sky is going from that kind of twilight blue to kind of a reddish purple to almost.
Is it the
dark
21st?
purple. It is, yeah.
Yeah.
It is indeed. So, yep, the gypsy men and villagers have joined you. You continue pushing on towards Eagle Tor. By the time, once you're about a mile from the Tor itself, can roll listen rolls, please.
Listen. I failed.
I might have passed. Yes, almost
Okay.
a hard success even.
Everyone who passed detects faint howls as if they were emitted by a multitude of inhuman throats coming from the hilltop, and you can see the flicker of flames quite clearly now up there.
Mm.
Sound is terrible to hear, so everybody who made that, please make a sanity roll.
Oh, lovely. Oh, I failed. Lovely.
If you failed, you lose 1 point of sanity. If you passed, you don't.
I got plenty to spare at the moment.
So the dark hump of tree-girt rock that is the Tor looms up out of the falling snow as you draw near. The howls and firelight are now obvious to all, so everybody else can also make those sanity rolls now and lose 1 if you fail, or none if you don't.
Yeah, I completed.
And I would like a new listen roll from everybody as well. Just as you are getting up to the base of the hill itself.
I don't make it.
I failed that one.
I failed that.
Unfortunately, I have a hard success.
Okay. Those who passed detect a new sound, also the screams and sobs of terrified children.
This way.
Yeah, I'm glad I missed that one.
As you begin to
children-
ascend the hill, hampered by the numerous boulders that old James has to avoid with the sleigh, the sound gets louder until it's audible to all. The villagers and the gypsies are pushing as hard as they can, but I mean they can only move so fast, of course, on foot, and as you move into the the kind of forest there surrounding the hill, the tor.
There's forests. I thought that
Yeah, on
there,
the
it
side
was,
of it, there is a forest of. Remember, I described it earlier.
okay. I thought that there were trees there, but I guess I wasn't thinking.
Forest is maybe slightly.
Forest
Forest is probably an exaggeration, but
There's
considering
a
it, you're out here in the
stand-
moor.
Okay.
There are many trees. Leafless, twisted, gnarled old trees that you're moving amongst, making your way up, which makes it even further difficult for James to drive the sleigh, but he
Is there a
does his
path?
best.
Is there a
Hmm?
path? Is there a path, or are we just going over the snow?
No, there's not a path. No path. About halfway up the slope and approaching the end of the actual trees, like maybe 2/3 of the way through the actual tree ring, I would like everybody to make a spot hidden roll.
Basic
Made it.
Fail.
Made it.
You notice sudden movement, those who passed. Notice sudden movement from the bare, gnarled trees around you. Those who passed are forewarned when the branches of these trees spring to flailing life, sweeping through the air with murderous intent, and they therefore automatically succeed on their dodge rolls. Who failed?
I did.
I failed.
Okay. So those who failed need to make dodge rolls to try to dodge these gnarled tree branches that are swinging at you, trying to take your heads off.
Made it.
James avoids it.
I failed utterly. Not utterly, but
Okay, you failed utterly. So you get hit, Oscar, by one of these tree branches. Figures the non-believer. 1 point of damage. What a shit roll. Several of the villagers and gypsies are instantly killed or injured by the tree's savage fury. Most of the survivors turn and flee back to the moors, leaving only 4 remaining. We'll say 2 gypsies and 2 of the villagers who carry on with you, pushing through these trees, which as you look around now, you all will see that the trees, it's like something out of Poltergeist. You remember the tree that kind of comes to life and smashes through the window? And yeah, these trees are flailing around. The trees themselves aren't moving. It's just that their boughs are kind of bending and the branches are slapping out at you. But Mackenzie, puts his head down, slaps the reins, and pulls out just beyond the edge of the trees, bringing the sleigh to a stop, and breathing heavily and turning back, staring wide-eyed at the sight. Bodies hanging suspended in the branches like tattered fruit, impaled upon the spine-like boughs, blood trickling down the gnarled bark and pooling on the snow. I'd like everybody to make me 2 sanity rolls. One first for the realization. Who's echoing?
You.
No, I mean, who am I echoing from?
Hold on. Let me.
I've got my
cut mine. See if,
Let me try that. No, it wasn't Zorn. Try that. Oh, it was. Let me try again. Yeah, it's Jen's for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't know. I'll mute
Not sure.
myself.
Apologies. But yeah, so 2 sanity rolls. The first one, just for the first realization that you're being attacked by the trees as you driving through.
yeah, failed.
You failed on that one, Oscar. You lose 3 sanity.
first one made it, and second one did not make it.
Anybody else failed the first one?
I did. And I failed the
Alex.
second one too.
Alice lost 4 sanity for the first one.
I
Okay.
passed the first one and failed the second one.
Okay, you lose none for passing the first one. Once you pull out then, and James brings the sleigh to a stop, and you look back and you realize you only have 4 remaining men with you as the others have turned and run, and you saw all the bodies hanging in the trees. Then the second one, okay, Alice failed that one as well, so
Yep.
she'll lose 2 more sanity points for that.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody
else failed that one?
I did.
I did.
Yep.
All failed that one. Okay, 2 for you, Ruben. 4 for Van Zorn.
Oh, that's
and
bad.
two for Oscar.
1, 2, 3,
And
4.
James looks to have lost his sanity and has just gone catatonic. The wild howls from the hilltop continue unabated, as do the cries of the terrified children. The remaining 2 villagers and 2 gypsies look to you and say, we can still save them.
Is there Did someone drop a shotgun by any chance? You
What's
did
your
say something. Hey, I'm gonna roll that.
Huh?
Yeah. You know the problem is I'm making great
They
rolls.
did. Right next to one of the trees.
Yeah. Well,
In amongst the trees. It's got blood dripping down on it from the body of the man who was holding it recently.
Good lord.
how far is it away?
I start,
Maybe
my way up.
10 yards into the trees.
I'm gonna start pushing my way up the hill. Jump out of the
Jump out of the sleigh.
Yeah,
Start running up the,
start
pushing your way up
moving
the hill.
up the hill. Yeah.
The two remaining villagers and two remaining gypsies follow you.
hmm
I'll go with you too.
So does Gerard. Wilhelm, you going back for that shotgun?
No, just pulling my revolver out.
Okay.
I might come back later.
Following?
Yeah.
And Reuben?
Revolver.
And
Yep,
following.
revolver.
Okay. As you continue to climb up, you reach the bare crest of the hill. Flat, rocky area, and you see a great bonfire roaring and leaping in the fury of the snowstorm about 50 yards from the edge of the trees. Around it capers a vile horde of twisted, deformed abominations, the stunted progeny of the Hollow Hills. Male and female alike are distorted like children gone horribly wrong. All dance about the vast shape which rears in the bonfire's center, which is, hold on, fucking asshole cat. Okay. The bonfire's center is a wicker construction shaped roughly like a man, and trapped within it are the 6 missing children, naked and half mad with fear. Spot hidden rolls. Anybody who succeeds.
I've got my spyglass out too, by the way.
Okay, you had that with you, huh?
Well, I mean, I would. I always. It's not that
That's
big.
fair.
I
That's fair.
I
You
made
can roll
it.
with a bonus die then. You made it too?
Yeah.
So those who passed, including Alice and Wilhelm, can pick out Ursula and Reuben amongst them. And will also notice that the Wicker Man sways slowly with their struggles, appearing unstable. The flames burn slowly inwards towards it, but have yet to consume the wicker prison that holds the children. Again, I need a sanity roll from everyone for this horrible sight.
Oh.
And
I'm having a success.
I may have
Made
an
it.
image.
I did not.
Made it?
I did not.
I failed.
Okay, those who passed will lose 2 sanity.
Whew. Okay.
Those who failed will lose more, which I'll determine here momentarily. There we go. There's a nice little image for you of the scene.
How far away is it? Something that we could like make a dash for, sprint to the burning Wicker Man?
I'll tell you in a second. Those who failed, let's see here. So Reuben, you failed?
No, I succeeded.
Oh, sorry. Wilhelm failed.
Yep.
You lose 8 sanity.
Woo-hoo.
Whoa, that's really not good.
Who else
That
failed?
is-
Was it Oscar?
I failed.
That's really
Oscar,
bad.
your paradigm is being challenged here. You lose 5 sanity. I'll need D10 rolls from each of you for your bouts of madness, please. Oh no,
Say-
I'll need idea rolls from each of you.
Yes,
first.
let's see if I fail that. Unfortunately, got a good idea. Hey, look what I
Roll at
didn't
the
fail.
beginning, I probably will fail. Hopefully.
Look what I didn't fail.
Oh no, of course I made it.
You
Yeah.
both passed? Okay, now I'll
Yeah.
need D10 rolls, please.
Mm.
4.
Make
4.
that a 5.
You go into severe paranoia, Oscar, for the next 4 rounds. And 5, Wilhelm, you see the naked children in the Wicker Man. You see Reuben there, the gypsy boy that was at the house before, and you see Ursula, but you also see your son.
Oh.
What?
Wow.
In the
Wow.
Wicker
Okay.
Naked.
Okay. Wow. All right. Well, that's the end of Wilhelm. Okay.
And
what?
that's going to last you for 7 rounds.
Yeah.
Now,
What does paranoia do?
well,
It will destroy you.
it just says investigator suffers severe paranoia for 1d10 rounds. Well, I mean, I don't know. I would leave that up to you to kind of role play. If you don't like it, we can roll a different one.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how I would play that in this situation.
I would imagine it would have something to do with the fact, like, you'd be paranoid of all the things you see. Maybe you think someone has drugged you, somebody's messing with you, that it's all a prank or something, because none of this can be real.
He already doesn't believe any of it. So
Yeah,
he
I'm just
thinks
saying that
he's
that
drugged
could
or
play into his
something.
paranoia. You might think
Or
that.
he thinks one of us poisoned him.
But
Might
with
think
all these people,
bear
here,
in mind, this is a momentary madness. You know what I mean? So
right? I'm just not sure how I would. Honestly, I don't know how I would play it.
okay,
Three,
roll another d10 then. We'll pick a different one.
Yeah, sorry.
You
5.
claw your eyes out.
A 5.
Hmm.
Do you have any children or any children in your family? Any nieces, nephews?
I have like a sister. I had like sisters and brothers, but they were all older than me. I don't have any children in my family. I don't know about nieces and nephews. They may have kids now, but I'd never met them.
Okay. Well, you see your sister in the Wicker Man as well.
Weird.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as I last knew her, because I haven't contacted my family in like 20 years.
Yeah, as a child.
What the
So-
hell? Okay, so I'm freaking out.
Mm-hmm. Now that all the shock is set in for all of this, the little people who dance and chant around are they are they seem to be performing some kind of a chant and staring into the fire as they do so. Anybody have Cthulhu Mythos?
No.
Just
No.
Ruben.
I
Or
have-
just
I have-
not
Gerard
Ruben, just
does.
I
Gerard.
have super high occult. That's all.
And he failed. Okay. That's fine. Now, give me idea rolls. I guess particularly you, Ruben. You were asking about.
Everybody, or
Yeah, everybody can roll.
for
Made it.
for good or bad, he rolled a 2. Ruben's got a 2.
Mm-hmm.
Give him mine.
Okay.
no?
So, anybody who did pass realizes there's enough gaps between the dancing masses of little people for a dexterous investigator to dash through and leap upon the Wicker Man,
That's exactly what Ruben's
sending
doing.
it toppling over the flames.
No question, Ruben's
That was
already.
my-
To relative safety.
That was my first thought too.
And you realize, of course, you'd have to leap across the flame to do so, but it can be done.
I would run through the flame if I had.
I imagine those who are currently seeing their loved ones might not even consider before they run towards the. Wicker
Yeah,
Man.
Oh yeah, that's not.
That was actually going to be my first action, no matter what you had said had happened to me, if I was able to.
Exactly. Yeah, I was going to do the
So
same.
Oscar and Wilhelm are already running towards it. Ruben does too.
Yes, of course.
Okay, Alice.
Yeah, he'd asked before all this happened.
Alice
see
is
the men
going
charge.
to right. Alice is going to take out her revolver and see if there are any little people running towards any of my dudes. Then I
They're
will
not.
shoot
They
the
seem to
little
be
people.
focusing on what they're doing, their chant as they stare into the fire.
Actually, I will go ahead and shoot one of them, or as many of them as I can anyway, to stop them from chanting.
There you
Okay, cool, awesome. You can fire
And
up to
And
3.
that will do a great job of getting all of the little dudes to attack me.
Perhaps.
So
I have
all
a
right.
question, mechanically speaking, for the Call of Cthulhu. If someone's not actively trying to resist at all, they're just like standing there and you're shooting at them, do you get an advantage dice, or is it just you just do your thing?
No, I mean you can't dodge bullets anyway.
Right.
Oh, fair
Just
enough.
the normal. Yeah,
Sorry. Carry on.
you can dive for
Okay.
cover, but that's different. That doesn't.
I
work
do
as a
not.
dodge.
Yeah, and there's no like taking time to aim to get bonus or anything. Is there?
Sure, if you want to wait around, I'll let you do that.
Okay.
So you draw an aim to wait
Yep.
around. Okay. The others are charging forward, so we'll get to the next round. I'll say one round.
Okay.
You can pass, and then you can take your shot. Go ahead.
with bonus die or?
Yes. I assume you're only firing once?
Yeah.
Okay.
3 times.
Well, then she gets two penalty dice.
Yeah, I know.
60. Okay, so let's try another one. And what is my firearms? I'm going to spend 5 luck so that I can succeed.
Bam! Gunshot goes off. Go for it. Roll me some damage.
32 points.
What am I rolling for damage?
Probably
It's-
a D10.
Okay.
Is it the agency revolver? It's 1d10 plus.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Oh, if it's D10, that's easy then. 3 plus 1
Okay,
is
you
4.
blast one of the little people though.
Yep.
He stops chanting and he kind of glances back and cries out. The others continue.
Okay.
The villagers and the gypsies standing next to you looking like, well, looking at you like, what should we do? There's only there's too many of them. There must be 100 of them.
I didn't know gypsies were cowards.
Shut up, you.
Shut up.
Okay.
So when the Wicker Man presumably tips over, we're going to need to get them out. So can we? I will rally the villagers to go over and run for the outside of the circle wherever the
Children come crashing out.
where they're going to come crashing down, so that we can have people ready to get them out.
Right. We'll get them back to the sleigh.
Yep.
Good plan. Okay, so they start moving around, flanking around to try to do so. Now, I would like Ruben, Wilhelm, and Oscar all to make jump rolls, please.
Oh boy.
Oh, shit. Let's see what jump is.
I got some of that.
Oh,
It's a basic.
Oh.
Okay, oh
Yeah,
boy.
I got some of that. Believe it or not, I made it.
Come on. I rolled horrible. I rolled a 75.
So you
I
get
rolled.
there, you're about to leap, and at the last second, you just don't think you're going to make it, and you stop, and you're standing in front of fires, unable to jump. Realizing, like, if you jump now, you're going to catch yourself on fire, and you missed it. You missed your chance, in a sense. Ruben, how did you do?
Ruben is going to spend 21 luck to succeed. It's important.
Wilhelm, how did you do?
I made it. Standard
Okay, you
success,
both-
but I made it.
You both leaped to it. Nobody fumbled, so you don't fall into the flames. You both leap on it, and the Wicker Man begins to topple backwards, smashes down to the ground, and tears open, sending children sprawling to comparative safety.
I'll run around the fire towards them.
You can do that, yes. And the other gypsies and the two gypsies and villagers will join you as well.
Do I notice anyone who looked like they may be taller or a bigger bad guy than these other smaller ones?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
Okay.
So the children are terrified, and they like, let's see, there's 8 or 6 children, right? You got 2, 4. Alice, did you run around with them, or did you stay back there to keep
Yes.
shooting?
I ran around with them, and as soon as we get
The little people have still continued chanting. The
Okay.
one that you shot seemed to be, he was wounded. He did not pursue. He didn't run after you. So at the moment, they seem to be ignoring you guys as you grab the children.
okay, so
The kids are naked and cold, and
right. Let's get the
Terrifying.
children back to the sleigh and see if we can get them. I'll well, I'm probably not the best person to do this, but I'll take off my cloak and put it over the kids.
Sure.
And because I'm
least one of
adrenaline
them, yeah.
pumped,
Mhm.
and they're little. I can get a few of them.
It's been a few rounds now, so your bout of madness has worn off. Wilhelm, you no longer see your son.
Oh, then I don't see my sister then.
Yours is going to last
Okay.
for a few more rounds.
Mine is?
Yeah.
I thought it was 4 rounds.
Oh, I thought yours was 7.
No,
Maybe I got them backwards. Then yours were off, and Wilhelm's is continued. I apologize. Wilhelm
All
still
right.
sees his son,
So
and I
anyway,
assume his weapon is still around. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna get the kids onto the sleigh and send a couple of the villagers back with them and tell them to get them out of here. And if the
avoid the trees.
avoid the
That's
trees.
impossible without going over the cliff on the other side.
Oh
well,
shit.
avoid the trees is well. Okay, so get like a couple of the villagers that have like staves or scythes or something to guard the to defend the children against tree branches and shit like
James kind of snaps out of it as you reappear with the children, and is like, "What? Oh, yes, I'll do my best to avoid the trees as best I can."
that. Okay. Have a couple of the villagers go to try and get the children safe, and then whoever else is left, I think take out as many of these little guys as we can. I think they're trying. Is it a fair assumption that they're trying to summon something, Ian?
Do you have Cthulhu Mythos skill?
I do not have Cthulhu Mythos skill, but I have some occult.
Give me an occult roll.
Yeah, I've got a great deal of occult.
If you
I was
get
gonna
a hard
say-
Success.
I'm not going to get a hard success. But,
You might.
But let's just. I might. Who
You might be able to
knows?
spend luck.
That is not within the realm of luck being possible.
Okay. What about you, Ruben?
2 points, and I get a 40, which is a hard success for me.
Okay. Do you want to spend it?
Yes.
Yes, you believe they're doing some kind of summoning incantation. Um,
Killed them all. He pulls out his sword with his revolver and just starts whirly dervishing on his way through them.
a sudden stench arises in the air, and you hear a sickening slopping sound, accompanied by a cry of joy from inhuman throats at the hilltop.
Nope, I start killing them. I don't even look back. I'm just going to slashing throats.
You
Running
start
through
going forward to attack the. Okay.
No.
Is anybody else getting in the sleigh, or are you all staying here?
I'm staying.
I'm staying. I'm gonna look for Wilhelm, and
Wilhelm,
if he
yeah.
if he is the gibbering mess that I think he is, I'm gonna just pile him into the sleigh and say, just get out of here.
Okay. His bout of madness probably would have worn off now by the time he got to the sleigh. He no longer sees his son, but he might still be a gibbering mess. I don't know. Have you lost enough insanity to be indefinitely insane for now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a bit of.
I lost more than 1/5 of all of my sanity. So
Yep.
yeah, I'm kind of going. Where is he?
Okay.
Oh, it's 1/5 that you need to lose?
If you lose more than one, I believe it's 1/5 during a scene.
During it's basically during a day or before you
Right.
get back to relative safety.
I had 53 and I've lost 12.
Yep, you are also indefinitely insane. You'll have some kind of a phobia or mania associated with the events of the night that's going to be lasting until you get proper psychological treatment.
Hmm.
So Oscar's a bit of a mess too. But if you guys want to stay and fight, you can. Now, at this point, after the sound, and as you've got the children bundled in and the 4 villagers piled in there, you heard the cry of inhuman throats. Reuben is turned to start charging towards the little people, and you'll see they are all now charging from the hilltop, kind of in your direction as well. So they're going to charge to meet you.
Oh,
Sweet.
How many are we talking about here? I'm just any
About
idea?
100.
Oh,
okay. We
Okay.
can't take that.
6 bullets, I
It's
think.
a suicide mission for sure.
Do I believe and I don't believe my son is among them anymore?
No, well, you believed your son was one of the children next
Right.
to you in the sleigh.
But what-
And now you look at that child, somebody else completely.
His was the one that was lasting for 7 rounds.
Not to mention, your son's not even a child anymore. So
Oh yeah.
it might strike you to remember now. Oh.
Yeah.
If I see all of these things start charging at me, I'm probably going to nope the fuck out.
Yeah.
Well,
Sleigh?
Yeah, the thing is the children is more important. Trying to save the
To
children.
be completely honest, I was saying I was going to cut down any of the children to cut down any of the fake creepy children so that our children
A
could
little
get
bit.
away. That was the
Right.
idea.
Okay.
Right.
But if we're gonna if we've got the kids have a good shot at getting away, then we'll all beat feet.
Yeah. That would be smart.
Okay. All right. So there are 4 villagers in there with the 6 children. I would say you can all 4 get in there if you pull the 2 villagers and the 2 gypsies out, or not.
Oh,
We could hang off the sides.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna hang on and run
Okay,
alongside
cool.
of
You
it.
can do that.
Yeah.
Jump up, hang out the sides.
yep.
Cool. And Mackenzie starts driving like mad. So the sleigh is piled high with squirming, incoherent children and the couple of villagers and gypsies. Mackenzie cracks the horse's reins, silver bells jingling. The maddened horses gallop across the snow. The storm is eased, and the moon begins to peep out from behind the tattered clouds. As you make it through the trees, let me just see here. Ooh. One of the gypsies gets torn from the sleigh by a reaching, tree. The kind of bending branches snap out and knock one of the gypsies out of the sleigh. So there's room for one more to climb in. But,
Can we save him? I mean, it's too late to save him.
yeah, I mean, you guys are moving at as fast as Mackenzie can move right now, and the
As soon as
little
there's
people are
room,
running behind you.
I'll push Mrs. Morrow up into the sleigh.
Okay.
Okay. Cheers.
What a gentleman. And there's a cracking sound. The earth begins to pound and trees start splintering behind you as tearing through the trees and in between the running little people. Anybody who glances back, you can tell me if you're looking or not.
If I hear cracking sounds and shit behind us, I'm going to look. I
Okay.
can't help it. It's human nature.
I understand.
Yep.
Something has joined the gypsies in their chase.
The
It
gypsies.
looks like a tree, or the gypsies. Sorry, the little people.
Mm-hmm.
It vaguely resembles a tree, but it's twisted. It has multiple mouths amongst its what do you call that? The body of the tree, the
Trunk.
trunk. Thank you. The branches all seem to be kind of piled up at the top, almost like hair as they swirl down around it, reaching on all sides. And its roots are bundled up into what appear to be kind of like almost like 3 misshapen legs that it's bounding on from amongst the little people. I put an image on the screen there.
Nice.
Oscar is the only one who read that fucking book, isn't he?
me.
So he's the only one who might recognize a dark young of Shub-Niggurath.
Oh, nice.
Me?
Hey, it's kind of funny. The picture looks exactly
Oscar,
like.
sorry. I mean, Gerard.
If only we had the shotgun.
I will aim my revolver at this thing and just empty it in that direction.
No problem. I would like everybody who did look to make a sanity roll, please.
Unless you're insane. I believe if you're insane, you don't have to make one, right?
That is incorrect.
If you're insane, you don't get to make choices of what you do, though, right?
No, well, technically no, but I don't like doing that.
I would have made it
No, I failed.
before I lost the sanity that I've already lost.
Yeah, I failed a lot.
Okay, Janice.
Janice?
Alice. Sorry, I've been using Janice a lot in my playtest.
Wrong
recently
game,
for
yeah.
Highway of-
I know that was
She's
the
a kid.
character I played.
She's a canon character in that scenario now.
Oh, nice.
Alice, you lose 3 sanity.
Okay.
Oscar failed again. You lose 10.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
So if you lose, what is it 10 or is it
5 or
Like-
more for About a Madness? Or you mean for a day? It's if you
Yeah.
lose 1/5 of your starting for the day.
so that has me
20% of
at
what you started at.
Yep, that's me. So
Okay.
time for a indefinite bout of
Fortunately,
madness for
An
me.
idea roll for you,
Okay.
Alice.
Oh yeah, 32.
Yeah, you know what's there.
Do you want to roll the d10?
You know what's there.
I got a 10.
A 10.
Yeah.
You gain a new mania and seek to indulge in it for the next 1d10 rounds.
Okay.
Would you like me to pick one for you, or do you want to pick one?
I have no creativity right now, so
Okay, I have a list of 100 of them right here in front of me.
excellent. Something appropriate.
Oh, how about
Fear of slay.
how about trichotillomania?
The fuck is that?
Craving for pulling out your own hair.
Nice.
Wow.
I'll do
That'll
that.
last for 5 rounds. You'll be just pulling out your own hair.
Okay.
Blood pouring down her face. Did anybody else fail?
I failed,
I know.
I did
rolled
not.
yours,
but I have
but-
that indefinite insanity thing right at the moment.
Yeah, you lost 10. You passed, I take it then?
I went from 53 to 31.
Yeah, it's been a rough day.
Mm-hmm.
So those who passed, lose a D3. So 1 point for Wilhelm and 3 points for Ruben.
Yikes.
Wow.
Ruben, have you reached the indefinite insanity point yet or no?
I have not. I'm getting close,
Okay.
but I have not.
Good.
I'm just going to say vacation for everyone when this is over.
Okay, now
Never over.
Mackenzie's skill, 85% at driving the sleigh, is reduced to 65% because of the number of people piled on board.
Mhm.
The sleigh is faster than those behind. Any accidents or failed rolls may allow the gap between the two groups to close.
But he is going downhill, though. He is going downhill.
So, if Mackenzie fails more than 3 rolls, right? Okay, so I will start making rolls. As you're tearing off across the moors, that's a fucking hard success. And another. That's a pass. Another hard success. 3 out of 4 hard successes. Another pass. That's 1 fail. On roll 6. Roll 7's a pass. Roll 8's a pass. Roll 9 is a pass. And roll 10 is a fail, but that's only 2 fails.
Damn,
Over
he is
10
a
rolls.
beast.
They chase you for miles as you're tearing across the moors. Like I said, the storm has let up. The snow is no longer falling. The moon has come out. You can see this horrible fucking tree thing chasing behind you. The little people running around and behind it, mostly screaming their inhuman screams. You long ago emptied your revolver. You're probably still clicking away on the trigger, even though there's no bullets left in your
Yeah,
gun.
probably.
You've been doing that for several minutes.
In his mind, every bullet that coming out of the gun is completely effective.
I kind of think Von Zorn probably did the same.
I probably would wait. Honestly, I'm one of those people
Yeah.
who all my shots have been point blank range so far in the game. So
Okay, fair enough. No problem.
Ruben would have
It's
been
definitely
firing.
gaining on you. The dark young. It's gaining on you. It's gaining on you. But Mackenzie's doing a good job of staying just ahead of it. When Bargrove Village comes into view ahead, you can see they have set lamps in every window, and the church bells are ringing. The rosy glow and glorious noise reach out across the snowy landscape, which, for the little people, represents the combined horror of every oppressor that they have ever faced.
Nice.
Facing the symbols of their defeat, they cannot abide the fires and the bells, and howling in fear and frustration, they turn and flee. The dark young, bound by their shaman, is compelled to accompany them. The investigators and the children make it to Bargrove Village in safety.
Yay.
Only lost the one other gypsy bloke along the way.
Yeah, they're just gypsies. They're like Doritos. They'll make more.
Oh!
wow,
That's horrible.
wow,
You're a
yeah.
bastard. This is being recorded and broadcast on my channel, John, just so you know.
They're just fantasy gypsies in a fictional game. Come on.
It doesn't make it better.
In a
Now-
time when people probably would think that sort of shit.
When you do get back to the village, you'll find some of the villagers there who had fled, but not many. Most of the villagers who fled, and all of the gypsies except for Maria Petalingro and this one gypsy who is with the Ruben Petalingro, the gypsy child, in the now in the sleigh back at Bargrove Village. All the others will die of exposure,
No,
lost
Jesus.
on the moors in the snow, as well as most of the villagers, those that weren't killed by the horrible trees. It's quite a blow, but the children are saved, including Reuben. Um,
And the
once
girl.
once Reuben and of course Ursula as well. Once Reuben is returned to his people, Maria will, as a token of her esteem, lift the curse on the Allingham line.
Jesus Christ, finally.
You can all gain 1d4 points of sanity,
Oh boy!
plus an additional 1d6 points of sanity for rescuing the children. So that's 1d4 and 1d6.
I'm back to 0. Whew.
Back to 0.
Yep.
Well, having lost 0 points.
Yeah, Delta 0.
I was like, how could you be?
No. I had lost 7. I got 7 back.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow, look at
Delta.
you. You broke even.
3.
That's what I mean 0. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm still down 13.
Yeah, I'm done a lot.
The children will blank out the horrors they've experienced in order to cope with their lives, although their repressed memories may surface in later years with unpleasant results.
You mean like us?
Recovering Ursula restores Lady Amanda to her senses, and the pair will shortly thereafter leave for an indefinite holiday on the European continent.
Good.
Ursula's rescue adds another 1d6 sanity points to your
Oh!
reward.
Oh, cool.
Hey!
That'll be good.
As both mother and daughter seem to have gained strength from the terrible ordeal.
Can we have more sanity than we started with?
Then what
Yeah.
you started the scenario
Yeah.
with, yes. You have a maximum sanity, which is equal to 99 minus
Oh,
your
okay,
meter
sweet.
score.
And I gained
I gained a
4.
lot of sanity that last. I'm glad
Yeah.
I got through that last one without losing any, because that put me like 8 above what I started with, and now
The
I'm
village of Bargrove will recover from the shocking events that it's experienced. But ever after, the bells will be rung in the church tower with astonishing regularity.
Good call.
Gerard. How should I deal with his? Yeah, okay.
By the way, Zorn no longer trusts short people. All short people to him comes under suspicion.
Mrs. Morrow's pretty freaking short.
Don't get too close.
Yeah, size is a stat. What the hell is her size?
And he doesn't like children that much now.
Actually, no. She's got a 55 for size. She's not tiny.
You're bigger than I am.
She's smaller. She's smaller than average. The average is 65, so
Mm-hmm.
because it's one of those 2d6 plus 6 stats.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not tiny, but she's small, smaller than average. Yeah. All right. You saved the children. Now, who is suffering from indefinite insanities?
That would be me.
me.
So indefinite is
If you match your starting break point.
No, indefinite is if you hit your breakpoint for the day by losing 20% or more what you started the day with.
Right. And
It's usually your match
I-
level.
I hit
Before
that, but
gaining
then-
the rewards at the end.
okay. Yeah, I hit that, but then I got it back. Yeah.
So your trichotillomania remains until you can seek psychiatric help. You're going to need probably a stay at Bedlam for a little while.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh, Oscar, you developed one as well. We haven't rolled to see what it is yet.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Mania or phobia? We'll call it odd or even. We'll go with even. So that's going to be a mania.
Awesome.
No, I'm not going to go with that one. Holy shit. Pathological tendency to commit murder. What?
Jesus.
Wow.
yeah.
Let's look for
a
something more
4-letter word.
appropriate to this. Ooh.
Fear of trees.
Hey, now we know where Jack the Ripper came from. I'm kidding.
Yeah, we do know where he came from.
Actually, yeah.
Just some of us don't want to accept it.
Expatriate New
That
York.
would be me.
God, there's some really weird ones here. We'll go with an abnormal desire. No, that doesn't. Actually, we should go with the opposite of that. We should go with a phobia for that. There's got to be a phobia of like cold, right?
Fear of trees.
Good point.
For sure.
Yeah.
Fear of snow.
Fear of freezing to death.
because I'd found one here. Now I lost it too because I looked away real quick to see if there was a. Yeah, I looked up an abnormal desire for cold and or cold things. But I think it should be probably the opposite for you.
Chronophobia, fear of freezing to death, or frostbite.
Okay.
Cryophobia. Sorry, cryophobia.
Cryophobia sounds good to me. Who else? Wilhelm?
Yeah, I mean, I got an idea for mine if you want.
What do you got?
Fear of guns.
Well, yeah, just tear up the character then. No, he would have an obsession to talk to his son or be close to his son, and for him that would be disastrous for a lot of people. But it would be an obsession that he can't, and it would make sense for him in the mania that he had. Seeing his son now, he can't get it out of his mind.
Where is your son?
His son is with his new mom. I mean, with his new father and his mother, and his new father is a MP in the British court. And as far as his new father knows, I am not supposed to see him or have any control. It's
right. So is your son in England? Yeah.
Yeah. He's not an adult.
Remember.
Yeah, he's not an adult. He's 9. So, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So if he goes smashing into Parliament going, I want to see my son, that would be a lot of big problems.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. Anybody else? I think that covers all the indefinite insanities that people have. You can write those on your character sheet because those will need to be taken care of during downtime, probably between now and the next investigation or not. And there's no guarantee that treatment will be successful either.
My grenades would have solved a lot of these problems, by the way.
Sometimes it gets. I know. That's why I'm shocked you didn't go back for your weapons at least. You had your grenades and your shotgun and everything in the house.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have done that because of the kid.
Well, fair play to you for making that decision.
I guess.
All right, that is the end of the Burnt Man. Question for you, Merrick. How does Oscar feel about the supernatural now?
He is probably pretty fucked up.
Cool. Be interesting to see before we see him again how he copes with it, if he tries to rationalize it away or if he ends up just accepting the fact that there's some weird shit out there.
Or if he goes even crazier.
Remember that discussion that we had before and the last one when we were going to the town about if you start to believe, so forth.
Vaguely.
Yeah, no, he completely forgot about that, but I remember because he just blew it off as whatever.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Good game.
Good game.
I'm going to end the broadcast. If anybody wants to hang out and talk, though, I'm still here.
I have questions.